Chapter 593 13 Keys. Chapter 593 13 Keys. Loran, can we be a bit more normal? Where do you see ghosts? Qin Zhao grabbed Lawrence's shoulder. Can't you just stay at home and enjoy your peaceful life? Fine, you don't have to go. I'll go by myself. You said that so loudly earlier just so Fei Lai would hear. Qin Zhao drove with a dark expression. Loran hadn't said that for him, he'd said it for Fei Lai. Fei Lai was worried about Loran going out to go find some ghosts, so Qin Zhao had to accompany him. Loran was very proud. Qin Zhao had the urge to flatten him. Everyone said that it was a treasure to have an elder in the family, but Qin Zhao thought this old man was just shit. He was like a bad luck star. Loran, did you forget how scared you were yesterday? I wasn't mentally prepared. Then, are you prepared now? It's okay. You're with me if we run into ghosts. Qin Zhao's expression darkened. He wasn't afraid, but Lawrence's thoughts disgusted him. Then, do you want to see ghosts or do you not? I do. I want to see her. Tell me the truth. Did you have a relationship with her before? Qin Zhao turned gossipy again. Are you thinking about reporting to Winnip? When they reached the rural neighborhood, Loran started shrinking into himself again. So cowardly. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. You didn't see the ghosts. Loran immediately refuted loudly. That's why you have the courage to say that. If you saw them, you'd probably be more scared than me. Qin Zhao looked around casually. The neighborhood was barren during the day, but this was normal. When they reached the small house, Loran got scared again. Didn't you say you're not scared? Why did you stop? Loran was hesitant, but he still opened the door. Qin Zhao touched his nose. It smelled like rotting wood. After entering, he looked around. He saw a book on the table and picked it up. Suddenly, his eyebrow arched. A lot of the content in the book was recorded in demon language. Loran saw Qin Zhao holding the book. Can you read that? The words are so weird. I've never seen them before. Qin Zhao flipped through the book. It carried a faint aura of magic. The past owner should have been a spiritualist. However, no one had read it in a long time, so the aura was very faint. Qin Zhao's hand paused. He'd flipped to the page with 13 keys. On the bottom of the page, there was a passage written in the demon language. Every civilization has a final goal, to strive for eternity. Each key points to a door. Try and open the door. It will have the answer that you wish to know. It may be right, it may be wrong. You may be enlightened in the wrong. You may lose everything in the right. This passage was very difficult to understand. At least, Qin Zhao couldn't figure it out. He really hated things that were purposely deep and pretentious. Couldn't they just say what they wanted to? Why did they have to act so mysterious? Were they making fun of him for being uncultured? Hey, where did you put the book? Loran had seen the book earlier, but when he turned around, Qin Zhao's hands were empty. I put it back on the shelf, Qin Zhao said. You're done, right? We should go. Qin, I saw there's a basement. Let's go down to look. Qin Zhao touched his forehead. You're not afraid of dying? The man was such a scaredy cat, but he insisted on doing stupid things. If you're afraid, you can go back. I'll go down by myself. Okay, go down by yourself. Wait. Qin, I'm giving you the chance to change my impression of you. No, don't change, Qin Zhao interrupted. Otherwise, it wouldn't be you. In my heart, you're a crabby old man. Just like how you don't like me, I don't like you either. Don't make any changes on your own. Lawrence's face reddened in anger. If he was able to defeat Qin Zhao, he would definitely punch now. He stood at the basement door and hesitated for a while. Finally, he made his decision. He took a brave step toward the darkness. Slam! Ah! Loran turned around and saw Qin Zhao. You want to scare me to death? Unfortunately, you didn't die. With Qin Zhao as his companion, Loran gathered his courage. The basement was long covered in cobwebs and had random things piled around. Ah! Loran suddenly screamed. Qin Zhao turned around and saw a skeleton behind a block that Laurent had pushed aside. Is this Pamela? That's not your Pamela. Why not? Judging from the bone structure, it should be a man's skeleton. It's at least 185 meters tall. Qin Zhao was a doctor, after all. He could still tell some things. Does this mean Pamela killed someone here? Qin Zhao couldn't answer. But as of now, he still hadn't seen Pamela's spirit. Usually, ghosts only came out at night. But from Laurent's earlier descriptions, Qin Zhao guessed that Pamela had been a witch. If a witch's soul remained in the human world after death, she may become even stronger than when she'd been alive. So, it wouldn't be strange if she could appear in the daytime. But Qin Zhao didn't really care. That witch didn't hurt Laurent. It meant that she didn't have the intention. Qin Zhao cared more about the 13 keys. The passage turned in his mind. If there really were 13 keys, then he should have 4 now. Did he have to collect all 13 to unravel the mystery? But where could he find the other keys? There wasn't a single clue. It was so headache-inducing. For some reason, he also felt like he should go find the other keys. But he didn't even know the use of these keys, let alone have any clues. Why should he go find them? But why did he want to? He felt really conflicted between his logic and impulse. Suddenly, Qin Zhao whipped his head around. A figure flashed past the entrance of the basement. It was a woman. Was she Pamela? Qin Zhao didn't see clearly. He'd never seen Pamela before either, so he didn't know if he saw her. Let's go, Laurent said with disappointment. It seems like Pamela isn't willing to see me. Or she's already left. When Qin Zhao left the basement, he turned around again, looking into the darkness. She'd appeared in the darkness again. Chapter 594 There are no foolproof plans. Chapter 594 There are no foolproof plans. Qin Zhao furrowed his brows. In the darkness, Pamela was also looking at him. You can see me? Pamela watched him. You aren't afraid of me? Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. He waved his hand and turned to leave. Laurent was very disappointed that he couldn't see Pamela again. He'd gathered his courage to return to this place. But he couldn't do anything. Pamela wasn't willing to appear before him. Even if she did, Laurent wouldn't be able to see her. Let's go. How about we wait a bit more? If you keep waiting, then I'll call Winnip, Qin Zhao threatened. Qin Zhao was so done with him. How old was he, and he was still thinking about his crush? He was afraid that Laurent would divorce Winnip and come harass him and Fei Lai. He just wanted to live peacefully with Fei Lai. Qin Zhao was already imagining things in his mind. In the end, Laurent left with Qin Zhao. Where are we going now? Home. And then? Sleep. After a pause, Laurent couldn't help but ask. Nothing else? How about we mess with each other? Laurent turned his head. He didn't want to tell Qin Zhao that he'd already messed with Qin Zhao yesterday. But it didn't seem to have been effective. As expected, using supernatural forces for a prank wasn't reliable. Qin Zhao looked at Laurent. Are you hiding something from me? No. Didn't you say you'll help treat a sand? Not in the mood. I'll go when I'm in a better mood. Just then, Qin Zhao's phone rang. Hey, Rasfa. Qin, do you want an invitation to the auction at Hilda Hotel on the 7th? Hearing that there was an auction, Laurent immediately cut in. Yes. Prepare more than one. Qin, is that your friend? Fei Lai's dad. Okay, sir. How many? 7 people. Qin Zhao was speechless. No problem. I'll have Paul bring it to your house later? Okay. Qin Zhao was feeling worse. He hung up and shot a resentful look at Laurent. You're going to stay until the 7th? You hate me this much? You already know the answer. And what 7 people do we have? You, me, Fei Lai, Kareem, Kane, Howard, and Asand. Then you're in charge of pushing the wheelchair. I'm not going to care about you. Qin Zhao knew that Laurent was just causing trouble for him. Hilda Hotel. A piercing alarm rang through the lobby. Many of the guests there were frightened. The guards and lobby manager hurried over. The manager went to the front desk. What happened? Who set off the alarm? Manager, the alarm is broken. It goes off randomly. Which company installed the security system? Higgs Security Company, the front desk staff said. Call them and have them come check. 20 minutes later, a few uniformed men came to the front desk. Are you the repairman from Higg? Yes. What is the problem? The alarm went off for no reason. Can you check what's wrong with it? The manager led the repairman to the security room. The workers started checking the circuits, but there was something wrong with their gazes. But the manager didn't notice their subtle movements. We fixed it. It was just a short circuit. The manager led them out of the security room. After the repairman left the hotel, they ducked right into a car. Boss, we finished the deployment. On the day of the mission, you just need to press a button and the hotel's security system and surveillance equipment will all be shut off. Good. After this job, all of us will be able to retire. The DK boss nodded in satisfaction. Right, how's Quincy? Quincy's arms went through special treatment. He'll be able to work tomorrow. That's good. If he can't participate, then we'll have to change plans. Boss, Quincy keeps yelling about revenge. I already warned all of you before our mission to stay low-key. I thought that he'd know that if I let him lead the mission. But 10 days after the engineer landed in L.A., he was already arrested. Then Quincy got beaten up and sent to the hospital. Do you think the DK is already strong enough to straight up against the police? The DK boss continued coldly. Let me repeat myself. I'll naturally think of a way to help him take revenge after this mission, but if he dares to mess around beforehand, I'll toss him down from the top of Hilda Hotel. I'm not a sentimental person. Shen, I found some things. Kate was calling Chen Zhao. Oh? What did you find out? I started investigating the guy called Engineer, Kate said. His alias is Pharaoh Kirk and he works at an electricity company as a repairman. In the beginning, I thought that they had an ulterior motive related to the company. But then I realized that in the 10 days after he started working there, he'd gone out on 5 jobs. 3 were to the same place. Where? Hilda Hotel. Chen Zhao was shocked. Hilda Hotel? The person who called him is the front desk receptionist of Hilda Hotel, Lena Hather. She called them for repairs all 3 times. She also arrived at L.A. by plane a few days ago and went to an interview at Hilda Hotel on the 2nd day. She got the job the day of. The one who interviewed her was the lobby manager. He'd been revealed to harass interviewers before. Wait, let me get this straight. First, that Lena Hather had sex with the manager and became the receptionist of Hilda Hotel. Then she's able to cooperate with Pharaoh and do unknown things to the electricity system of the hotel? Yes, that should be it. Chen Zhao couldn't help but be impressed. Kate's professionalism wasn't any weaker than an experienced police investigator. She was able to discover so much information from clues that others wouldn't be able to think of. I also saw that Hilda Hotel's repair reports in the past 3 months were more than in the last 3 years. It's not just electricity. There were also many repairs for the alarm and sewage system. So, not only did Lena infiltrate the hotel, many other members of DK have gotten in too. And they're secretly damaging all sorts of infrastructure while deploying things? Yes. The 3 smiled awkwardly. They weren't willing. From Chen Zhao's words, they'd already figured out that this group wasn't a typical gang. Even a normal army might not be able to make such a tight plan. Plus, their arrangements would never be as simple as it seemed on the surface. They would be prepared for everything, such as if the news was leaked or if they'd attracted the police's attention. Any detailed plan would have 2 or 3 backup plans. This kind of organization definitely wasn't completed by a few people. There would be at least 30 or 40 people. If Kareem, Kane, and Howard had an army, they would be willing to bring them to justice. However, only the 3 of them with Chen Zhao were definitely on a suicide mission. It was the same theory as getting chased by wild beasts on the battleground. When chased by beasts, you didn't have to run faster than the beast. You only had to be faster than your companions. On the battleground, only the strongest could survive. If they join this mission, they may very well die. Chin, it's not that I don't want to help. I just haven't been sleeping well these days. I sprained my ankle when surfing yesterday. I was diagnosed with HIV. Qin Zhao's face darkened. Stop the bullshit. Tell me what I should do and pay attention to. The three thought for a while. Then Kane said, First is the surveillance room. Since the group infiltrated the hotel, then they would first take control of the surveillance room. One way is to cut off all cameras. Another is to have someone guard the room. I predict that they'll definitely take control of it, so you have to take control back. The three offered their own opinions and said many things that he had to be careful of. Chen Zhao listened humbly. These three professionals definitely thought in more detail than him. They thought of many things that he hadn't even noticed. There's also the equipment. The three looked at Qin Zhao. How are your shooting skills? What gun are you best at? Qin Zhao thought for a bit. I'm not that great. Have you used a gun before? Yes. I once fired an automatic assault rifle from a few meters away, and the people weren't hurt at all. The three had heard of so-called firearm idiots before. Today, they finally saw a living one with their own eyes. I work at the headquarters now, and they sent me here today as the temporary manager. My name is Quincy. Oh, Mr. Quincy, are you knowledgeable in art? I have studied a few contemporary masters of painting. Bach and Quincy chatted heartily along the way. By now, they reached the top level. Most of the people in the auction venue were Bach's men. But they didn't know that the hotel was already controlled by a crime organization. Mr. Bach, is there anything else I can help you with? No. Quincy, you're more knowledgeable about the arts than I thought. If you're interested in working for me, I would be very happy. Mr. Bach, I won't consider that for the time being. My apologies. Haha. It's all right. The guests for the auction streamed into the hotel lobby. Just then, Qin Zhao walked in with a suitcase. Hello, sir. You are? I want to stay at the hotel. Please get me a room, thank you. Sorry, there's a special event in the hotel today. We can't give you a room. Oh, really? It's the auction, right? I'm here for the auction too. Please show me your invitation. Qin Zhao took out his invitation. I'm from another city and I need a room. Is that okay? The receptionist thought for a moment and smiled, replying, Of course. I'll have another worker help you take the suitcase. Okay, thank you. Also, you're pretty. Can I get your number? Thank you, but I won't discuss private matters during work, the receptionist said with a smile. If there's a chance, we can talk later. Another worker came over and the receptionist said, Lead this sir to room 1205 on the 12th floor. Sir, I'll take your suitcase. Okay, here's your tip. Qin Zhao gave him $100 bill. When they reached the room, the worker remained standing there. Do you need something? Qin Zhao asked the worker. Sir, you're here for the auction, right? I must bring you there. Chapter 597 Auction. Chapter 597 Auction. Qin Zhao stood in the doorway and smiled at the worker. I know what floor the auction is taking place. I don't need someone to lead me. I'm sorry, sir. It is the hotel's rules. I must take you to the auction. I told you I don't need help, Qin Zhao said coolly. I can walk by myself. Is there a compulsory rule that you have to take me? Sir, I'm afraid that it is compulsory. The worker took a gun out and pointed it at Qin Zhao. He could only raise his hands. Can I take my tip back? Just then, the worker felt pain in his foot. Looking down, he saw a huge colored snake curled up on his leg. The fangs had sunk into his thigh. You! The worker was on the ground. Qin Zhao walked over and tugged at the man's clothes. Looks like it fits. Qin Zhao organized his collar. With this attitude, I really shouldn't have given a tip. He put on the man's mic and communication device. Then he opened his case. Samuel was in the case. He lay in there, panting. I can't breathe. I never want to be in a box again. It makes me feel claustrophobic. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. You're a demon king. How can you feel claustrophobic? The security room is on the 8th floor. When Qin Zhao arrived, he discovered 2 corpses on the ground. They wore the security guard uniform of the hotel. It seemed that DK had already gotten control of the surveillance room. Qin Zhao pulled his hat down low and walked towards it. The door wasn't closed. The instant Qin Zhao opened it, the 3 DK members inside pointed their guns at him. Who are you? The one in the middle was already attacked by Raymond. The instant that the other 2 looked at him, Qin Zhao moved. He didn't hold back at all. He grabbed their necks and twisted. They died instantly. Qin Zhao successfully took over the security room. Samuel, you're in charge of watching this room. Notify me as soon as anything changes. Meow meow. I want that equipment too. Samuel wanted the ear mic and communication device too. He'd seen it on TV before and thought that it was super attractive. However, Qin Zhao felt that it was too weird for a kitty to have all that. Raymond, stay behind to protect Samuel. I need Raymond's protection? Samuel asked unhappily. You can't even defeat a regular person now. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. Plus, as a commander, you need to have subordinates, right? Fine, that makes sense. I'm the commander. Qin Zhao rubbed his forehead. He put on the Spider-Man mask that he prepared and left the room. This was a private auction, so the items wouldn't be taken out in the beginning. The owners would bring them here themselves. As time passed, more and more guests arrived. Instead of an auction, it looked more like a cocktail party. Seeing that most everyone had arrived, Bach pounded the gavel at the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Please take a seat. Our auction will begin soon. Bach straightened his collar. Today, 43 items will be auctioned, from art pieces to consumables. I'm sure everyone has seen the auction pamphlet before arriving, so I won't waste time describing them. Sir, excuse me. Will the purple brew be auctioned today? Yes, of course. The purple brew is supplied by Mr. Rasfa, but he seems to have not arrived yet. Bach's heart jumped. Didn't Rasfa say that he would come today? How come he suddenly changed his mind? But even though he hadn't come, his item had been sent over. Bach was deeply in love with the mesmerizing fragrance. Unfortunately, it was too expensive. Even he couldn't bear to take a sip. What's the purple brew? You didn't attend Rasfa's wine tasting event? No. The name is so special. Which winery is it from? No, it's a mysterious wine from Asia. It's filled with magic. I can promise, you've never seen such a miraculous wine before. There were still many people at the auction that didn't know about the purple brew. They asked their friends about the wine's background. However, they only received answers that it was miraculous, special, extraordinary, and magical. This made the ignorant guests even more curious about the wine. Those who had tasted or heard about it before were even more excited. They hoped they could taste it again. Many of the guests had come just for the purple brew. I'm sure many of you have attended my private auctions before, so you should know that the items I provide are definitely top art pieces. As for the value and validity of the items, I can swear on my name that I have never auctioned a knockoff or low-quality piece in the past few decades. Just then, a dozen people broke in. They all held automatic rifles. Who are you? Bach yelled immediately. This is a private gathering. Sorry to disturb you all. We're here to rob you. The room fell into an uproar, but a gunshot soon silenced them. Do I have to reiterate myself? We're here to rob you. Now you're our hostages. Bach looked at the short man in the front. Who are you? Do you know what you're doing? Most of the people here can make you evaporate from the world. I know, of course. The short man walked to the podium with a smile. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kadik. Perhaps some of you have heard of my name before. Of course, more of you won't. But you should all know about the armed robbery at the Panama Tiger Club 2 years ago. That was done by my men. The room fell into an uproar again. A dozen wealthy families worldwide had been robbed during the Panama Tiger Club hostage event. In the end, each of them paid $3 million to keep their lives, but 2 of them still died during the case. More than 30 people from the Panama anti-terrorist group had been killed or injured. In the end, the criminals still escaped. It seems like you know my background. Now I declare that all of your lives belong to me. If you want to live, please pay $1 million. In addition, Mr. Bach, your auction items will belong to me. No! Bach cried. You can't do this! Chapter 598 Counterattack. Chapter 598 Counterattack. Yes, I can. In fact, I'm already doing this. Caddick looked at Bach arrogantly. Kate was in the crowd. She had dressed up as a staff member. She knew it was risky. It was actually the riskiest moment of her life. But she was a reporter. She knew that this might become the peak of her life. Of course, it was only provided Chen Zhao would really appear. Kate had set up 3 cameras in the area. She also had a mini spy camera on her. As long as she could survive, she could bring the videos back. She would then become the queen of reporters. Suddenly, there was another gunshot, which caused some disturbance again. Bach was shot in the head and collapsed on the floor. A lady in tight clothes was holding a small pistol. Caddick slapped his forehead. Kira, he hasn't paid the ransom yet. You shouldn't have killed him so quickly. We've been here for too long. Let's not exceed the schedule. We need to collect the ransoms immediately. Fine. Caddick shrugged helplessly. Now, please remain orderly and take turns to pay $10 million. Holding a POS terminal, a DK member approached a rich man. Sir, please. I don't have that much money. The rich man was clearly unwilling to pay. But all he received was a bullet. There was no hesitation. Caddick sighed. 10 million less for me. Just then, Caddick received a message from his earpiece. Boss, our people seem to be decreasing in number. Richie, Antfer, Luke, and Steve haven't responded for a while. And I've been hearing cat meows from the communications side. Where are the people in the monitoring room? Luke, Steve, and Antfer are in charge of that. We've lost contact with them. Caddick's face darkened at once. Something unexpected had happened. The 18th floor. Arthur was squatting on the floor, hugging his girlfriend. There were about 100 people around them, all of which were guests of the hotel. At the moment, they were locked in the meeting room. There were 2 people holding a machine gun each. There were also people guarding outside the meeting room. Just now, somebody had already attempted to resist, but he was practically shot into a beehive in less than a second. A few innocent people were also killed because of him. Arthur, I'm scared. Don't worry. I'll protect you. Arthur was terrified himself, but he still tried to comfort his girlfriend. Suddenly, they heard loud gunshots from outside the meeting room. It continued for about a minute. Everyone was horrified. Finally, the gunshots stopped. Nobody knew what had happened. Everyone was panicked and uneasy. The 2 DK members were also rather nervous as they pointed their guns at the door. Once they saw anything, they would fire without hesitation. Suddenly, the meeting room door opened with a bang. A person flew in. He was going so fast that one of the robbers by the door was hit and flung a few meters away. The person who was thrown in was also a robber. He smashed his companion to death directly. The other robber was badly shocked. He immediately grabbed a lady from the floor and held her before him. Arthur! Save me! Arthur was about to stand up when the robber knocked him onto the floor with his gunstock. Come out! Come out now! The robber shouted. Or I'll shoot! Suddenly, someone dropped down from the vent behind the robber. There were more than 100 pairs of eyes staring at the figure, but nobody made a sound. Qin Zhao approached the robber from the back and easily crushed his shoulder. Meanwhile, he pulled the hostage toward him. Who are you? Do you know? Qin Zhao grabbed the robber's neck and hurled him at the French window in the near distance. Crash! The robber flew outside the window. Qin Zhao patted the lady in his arms. Miss, you're safe. The lady looked at Qin Zhao in a daze. She stared at his Spider-Man mask. Can I kiss you? Sorry, no. Qin Zhao let go of the lady. You may leave now, but don't go upstairs, because there's still robbers. Go downstairs. Use the stairs. The elevators are locked out. Then, Qin Zhao turned around and left. Everyone stared at his back. After a brief moment of silence, they charged out too. Meow meow. Master, we have 2 enemies on the stairs from the 18th to the 19th floor. They have their machine guns ready. Any good suggestions? Garbage chute. Qin Zhao found the garbage chute and climbed up. Soon, he managed to get behind the 2 robbers at the entrance to the 19th floor. The 2 robbers were fully focused on the staircase. They did not notice Qin Zhao charging toward them at all. Qin Zhao was too fast, so fast that they could not react. Glancing at the completely distorted corpses on the floor, Qin Zhao continued to go up. He was about to reach the top floor. Miss, it's your turn. A robber approached Kate and extended the POS terminal. It's clear that I'm a staff member here. I don't have 10 million, Kate said calmly. The robber had already lifted his gun when Kate quickly added, Don't you need a hostage? I won't resist. She's right. Keep her alive. She's small and will make a suitable hostage, Caddick said. Kate heaved a sigh of relief. Just when she thought that she would be spared, Caddick suddenly shouted, Wait, how do you know that we have a problem? Shit! Kate screamed in her mind. Caddick's gun was already pointed at her. Suddenly, a loud gunshot was heard from the outside. It was accompanied by a cry of misery. Then, everything went quiet. It was complete silence. There was no sound at all. In the auction hall, a dozen robbers pointed their guns at the door. Caddick's face darkened as he turned around and left. Anyway, he had already taken the auction items. The ransoms from the rich people were merely pocket money. Caddick looked at the box before him, which was filled with the auction items. Suddenly, a low sound was heard from within the box. Then, an intense aroma of wine began to permeate the air. The 2 robbers beside him started to wipe their tears. Caddick was utterly confused. What's wrong? Dunno. I just recalled a sad memory. That bitch Ella. I have to fuck her to death when I get back. Chapter 599 Are you comic fans? Chapter 599 Are you comic fans? The fragrance of the wine started to spread through the auction hall. Everyone started wiping their tears. Qin Zhao had already entered the hall through the ventilation. Kate held her camera, aiming it at Qin Zhao while wiping her tears. Even though he wore a Spider-Man mask, Kate could still recognize him. He was probably the only one who wasn't affected by the wine. Kate watched Qin Zhao kill. The criminals couldn't fight back at all. The criminal before Kate also turned around with his gun while wiping at his tears. Kate immediately took out the dagger she'd hidden and stabbed the man's neck. Qin Zhao saw Kate and immediately pulled her over. Why are you here? Don't wait, let me cry. I'm so sad. While sobbing, Kate said, That room. So sad, I'm so sad. There are 3 people in that room. The leader and... Qin Zhao immediately rushed toward the room that Kate had pointed out. Kate followed behind. So sad. When Qin Zhao pushed the door open, he saw a huge hole on the ground. No one was in the room. The hole led to the lower floor, so Qin Zhao jumped in. Kate jumped down directly too. Qin Zhao grabbed her immediately. Are you crazy? I sob, I want to follow you. Leave the boss to me. Meow meow. Samuel's voice sounded in the earbud. Master, there are 3 people left. They took the elevator down with the auction items. Qin Zhao looked at the elevator. The number on the display kept lowering, 17, 16, 15. Qin Zhao yanked the elevator door open and looked down the cavern. The cables kept extending. He didn't dare to jump down. This was more than 20 stories high. But then, Kate pulled a pair of big scissors out of nowhere. Kate, where did you get this from? Qin Zhao grabbed the scissors and went to cut the elevator cables. Sizzle, sizzle. Sparks flew and the scissors broke. Let's use the stairs. The scissors were just regular blades, but the elevator cables were made out of alloy metal. No matter how strong Qin Zhao was, he couldn't cut it. Do we have time? Their escape route is the sewage pipe, Qin Zhao said. I already got ready. Kate followed behind him. Qin Zhao turned around to look. You're filming? I'll cut out your voice. Keep the hot parts. Qin Zhao and Kate spent 5 minutes rushing down to the first floor. Caddick and his 2 men had entered the sewage tunnel with the case. Caddick never thought that it would be so bloody. DK had never had such great casualties since he'd founded it. Now, he only had 2 subordinates carrying the case. The good thing was that he'd gotten the money and the stuff. This ending wasn't unacceptable. Revenge? He would obviously take revenge if he could. But who should he take revenge on? Who exactly was that man? Boss, there's something up ahead. Caddick halted, his brows furrowing. Danger. Extreme danger. Right then, one of the men paled. Boss, my feet! Bomb! Qin Zhao had prepared this just for them. He tossed the bomb from the plane to New York into his spatial ring. After Gaia's transformation, it had turned into an underground bomb. This place was filled with dirty water. Who would have thought that there was a bomb here? Give me the case. Caddick clearly planned on abandoning this subordinate. The man's face darkened. You don't want me to live? Then I. Bang! The case shattered and everything scattered. The other subordinate was affected and died too. This plan was practically a complete failure. He only had around $100 million of ransom money that could comfort him. Caddick tossed his emptied gun and turned to leave. But Qin Zhao and Kate had entered the sewer too. The 3 of them faced each other. Hello, DK boss. Qin Zhao waved. This is our first meeting, right? Look at the camera and smile. Caddick stared coldly at him. Hey, move aside and I'll pretend this never happened. Qin Zhao turned to Kate. He's joking with me, right? Ha! Kate sneered. Do you remember the police officer you shot 6 days ago at the station? That's my boyfriend. You're not a professional crime boss at all. You don't even have a gun. Caddick squinted at Qin Zhao. Do you know why I named my organization the Death Knights? Because you like comics? Both Caddick and Kate were speechless. Couldn't he be a bit more serious in times like this? Menace flashed past Caddick's eyes. Because I am a Knight of Death. Snort. Qin Zhao and Kate couldn't control themselves. This line was so childish. The atmosphere was completely ruined by his words. Caddick's expression darkened. He pulled some bottles out and smashed them onto the ground. Black smoke poured out of them. Sensing something wrong, Qin Zhao and Kate retreated to meters away. Qin, something doesn't feel right. I have that feeling too. The 2 had a short and useless conversation. The black smoke covered Caddick's body and a layer of black metal appeared on his arms. It was sharp armor and more of his body was covered as the black smoke spread. Qin, should we turn around and run now? Kate asked, terrified. It's okay. He just looks scary, but he's nothing. Caddick punched the wall, and a huge hole appeared in it. Kate turned toward Qin Zhao. Are you sure he's nothing? I can do that too, trust me. But he does look hotter. Is that all you care about? Kate was speechless. Can't you be more serious? This is clearly supernatural. Caddick had completed his transformation. His entire body was covered in black armor, and he really did look like a Death Knight from movies. Hey, you're missing a weapon, Qin Zhao said. Then Caddick grabbed in the air and a black spear appeared in his hands. Kate looked at Qin Zhao. Qin, why didn't I realize before that you like getting yourself killed? That's because you didn't know me well enough. Chapter 600 Come and Be Our President. Chapter 600. Come and be our president. Die. Caddick clearly did not want to waste more time on chit-chatting. He thrust the lance at Qin Zhao. The next moment, a bronze sword appeared in Qin Zhao's hand. He lifted the sword and struck out. Clang. Caddick's lance was cut into two. Qin Zhao waved his sword again. Caddick's right arm was severed. Caddick was dumbfounded, so was Kate. Chun. You. Supernatural power? As if I don't have it, Qin Zhao said, resting the sword on his shoulder. To be straightforward, Caddick was a wizard. How strong could a wizard be? Qin Zhao had no idea, but he could take Pierce South as an example. Normally, a wizard's magical power would not be too powerful, and his spells would be more limited. Nature had limited their magical powers, just like how the principles of the human world limited demons from hell. This was why Pierce South had wanted the King of the Sun Golden Chalice to increase his magical power. Caddick broke out in cold sweat. He did not expect Qin Zhao to be a wizard too. Needle thread guidance. Kate noticed many green threads extend from Qin Zhao's left palm. They were particularly obvious in the dim sewer. The threads wound around Caddick, so that he could not escape or move. Qin Zhao pulled his left arm and Caddick was dragged before them. Qin Zhao turned around to look at Kate, after which he handed her the bronze sword. Are you able to do it? Taking in a deep breath, Kate was about to lift the bronze sword. However, Qin Zhao snatched the sword away. Never mind, let me do it, or David will kill me. Then, ignoring Kate's response, Qin Zhao struck with the sword. He knew that most spiritualists had weird abilities. To ensure that Caddick would really die, he severed his head directly. Caddick's armor disappeared as his naked corpse floated in the sewage. Qin, I feel that you have many more secrets. Go and ask David. Does David know about this? We've been through certain things together, Qin Zhao said. Fine. Cut this part of the tape. You know, it's better not to publicize supernatural powers. Are you scared that you'll be sent to a lab and cut into pieces? The government knows about us. Even if you upload the entire video, the government will try to cover it. Qin Zhao returned to the monitoring room and destroyed all the hard disks containing the surveillance videos. Soon, the police arrived. It was a sleepless night for the whole of LA. It was basically a terrorist attack. More than a dozen innocent people had been killed, half of which were rich people in LA. Dozens of robbers had also died in the hotel. Hey Qin, I've heard about what happened in Hilda Hotel. Okay. Thank you. No problem. I heard that someone with a Spider-Man hood saved everyone. Oh, is it? Rufford did not continue the topic. Come and chat when you're free. Just as Qin Zhao hung up, a car in high beams suddenly approached his car. Feeling the dazzling light, Qin Zhao quickly stamped on the brakes. Suddenly, another car came from the back, blocking Qin Zhao's path. Qin Zhao was immediately ready to fight. Someone walked out of the car before him. However, the person walked toward him with his hands raised in the air. What? What's happening? The person walked to the window. Qin Zhao looked at him, confused. Hello? I'm West. I work for the Supernatural Organization of America. Supernatural Organization of America? What's that? Mr. Qin, I know that you're a wizard. Qin Zhao frowned. Unknowingly, his identity had been exposed. Nevertheless, he seemed extremely calm, unlike the past where he would be nervous. So? Are you going to arrest me? No, I hope that you can join us. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. I'm a foreigner. If you wish, you can become a citizen at any time. No, I think the green card is enough. Mr. Qin, even if you're a foreigner, you can still join us. Is there such an organization in every country? And everyone's been fighting each other secretly? West readjusted his emotions. Mr. Qin, you are imaginative. In fact, our organization doesn't take part in any political struggles. It's part of the International Supernatural Agreement. What the fuck? There's an International Supernatural Agreement? Chapter 601 Super Failure Club. Chapter 601 Super Failure Club. Let go. I'm leaving. Mr. Chin, our organization doesn't have anyone with combat abilities. The last leader was a toxicologist from Mexico, but he quit after one mission. And the one before that. West kept complaining. Qin Zhao realized that the leaders of the supernatural organization were all foreigners. Don't you have a local leader? West looked at Qin Zhao with a pained expression. I'm the current leader. Huh! West was about to cry. I'm the current leader. But before this, I was just a secretary. Every time we have an event, I have to get help from foreign organizations. Every time, we have to pay a few $100,000. Within half a year, all our budget is spent. Qin Zhao's expression darkened. America should have a lot of powerful witches. How come you don't go for them? West looked like he was constipated. He couldn't say a word for a long time. Speak. They said that they looked down on us. None of them came? We once invited a witch. And then? She scammed us of $1 million and then disappeared. For some reason, Qin Zhao felt that the Supernatural Organization of America was just a super failure club. West felt helpless. Qin Zhao felt helpless too. Qin Zhao couldn't get rid of him. If not for the fact that the group title had America in it, he would have floored the gas pedal. So this means that, when you said you wouldn't be talking to me if I used supernatural abilities to commit crimes, you were actually lying? No, our members behind us are prepared to attack at any time. Where? Call them out for me to see. 5 people came out of the car behind them. One was a boy around Yura's age. One had an edgy mohawk, one was an elderly man with a cane, and there were 2 women. One woman wore glasses and looked nervous, while the other did look quite powerful. She was probably the one with the most battle intent. These 5 are our main fighting force, West said. It might be Qin Zhao's imagination, but when West mentioned these 5, he seemed to be a bit proud. Qin Zhao got out of his car. Show me your talent, I mean abilities. Old guy, you first. West immediately waved. Burr, come, show your true abilities. Burr took 2 steps with his cane and then threw it to the side. Arg! Then Qin Zhao watched as the old man named Bill started expanding. He turned into the size of Hulk. But the next instant, Burr started shrinking and fell to the ground. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. The others hurried over to help him up. Qin Zhao massaged his temples. At first, he thought that this old man wasn't bad. But then he went down in 3 seconds. That was too fast. Burr isn't in a good state today. Usually, he can last 30 seconds. West quickly waved his hand. Come, Moore, you're next. Come, come. Moore gulped and walked up hesitantly. He has a family magic spell. Moore, come. Moore's body shook. Qin Zhao rubbed his forehead. There were 2. He thought that he was seeing things, but yes, there were 2. Cloning? Yes, cloning. And then? And then what? So he became 2, then what about his combat abilities? He's taking boxing lessons now, West said. 1 kid turned into 2 kids, so his combat abilities doubled. But his foundation was a bit too low, wasn't it? Okay, he was still a kid, so Qin Zhao couldn't have such high standards. He had room for improvement, probably. Who's next? The guy with an edgy mohawk came out. My name Morid. I'm a naturalist. I can control plants. Okay, please begin your performance. His description sounded reliable, even though his appearance looked unreliable. Edgy Morid walked to the side of the road. Qin Zhao felt the magic on him. Then the plant before him started moving and walked out like a person. It was like Eugenus, the forest shepherd. However, it was a bit shorter, only around 1 meter tall. I can only control plants this big now, but my magic is improving really fast, Morid said confidently. I'm sure I'll be able to control towering trees in the future. Qin Zhao looked over to the 2 women. They had completely opposite personalities. One had a sharp aura while the other looked timid. What about you too? I'll do it. My name is Jalanash. My skill is elemental magic, especially wind. She opened her arms and Chen Zhao immediately felt a furious wind blowing in his face. Beside him, West couldn't keep standing and had to grab onto the car. Oh? This was a bit legit. It finally wasn't comedic. Jalanash's wild wind lasted for around a minute before finally stopping. Even though it still lacked combat abilities, it was at least still legit magic. Not bad, miss, Chen Zhao said. So, your name is Jalanash? Yes. Jalanash looked proud. Then what's her name? Belia. Jalanash tugged the sleeves of the glasses girl beside her. Hello, sir. I'm Belia. Please begin your performance. Here? Belia asked. Is there something wrong? Belia glanced at West, who nodded. Do it. Belia took out a bracelet and handed it to Chen Zhao. What is this for? Belia didn't reply. She started squirming. Then she tossed her glasses away while still wriggling. Chen Zhao was confused, but something in his body seemed to have been activated. Belia danced while taking off her clothes. Next, Chen Zhao's right arm suddenly swelled, scaring everyone. Even Chen Zhao was scared. Belia's striptease ended too. She stared at Chen Zhao in shock. What's going on? How did it get activated suddenly? Chen Zhao was confused. His mouth of gluttony hadn't been activated in a long time. Belia has Godiel's blood. They have a special magic culture, similar to shaman war songs and dances. It can temporarily stimulate her comrade's potential. But she's doing a striptease? She's never learned the war dance before. Before we hired her, she worked at a bar. West paused. As long as you hold her special bracelet, you'll be able to feel her dance. Tell me, if she does this dance on the battleground, will it stimulate our potential or the enemy's potential? Chapter 602 Privatization. Chapter 602 Privatization. West looked at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao also looked back. Why don't you just disband the organization? Actually, we have a few more people. Oh, are they not here? Accountant, logistics, warehouse manager, president's secretary, and HQ security guard. Wait, you said there are 12 of you, but that's only 11 including you, right? It'll be 12 if you join us. What missions have you done recently? Fighting evil spirits, fighting evil spirits, fighting evil spirits, fighting evil spirits. Are there that many evil spirits in LA for you to fight? No, actually it's the same place, but we kept failing. Okay, they're hopeless. Aren't they just a bunch of trash? A combat organization with an equal number of combatants and support staff, and a president. Disband it. Wait. Don't you want to see the president's secretary? She's super hot. West took out his phone and opened a photo. Do you think I don't know about Hollywood stars? This is Kidman? And when she's young? Oh, wrong photo. It's this one. Isn't she hot? Chen Zhao looked at the woman in the photo. She was indeed pretty. Is this really the president's secretary? Yes. Chen Zhao turned to look at the 5 combatants. All of them looked away. Is your president lying? Nope, Jalanash said. Chen Zhao frowned in suspicion. Hey kid, tell me, is this really the president's secretary? Yes, former secretary. What? Former secretary? She resigned after being harassed by the president. West panicked. As long as you agree to become the supernatural organization's president, you won't have to worry about the IRS anymore. Oh, can you guarantee that? We're a government organization, after all. We have that power. Does the organization normally just fight with evil spirits? Yes, more or less. I have my own job. You don't have to stay in the HQ all the time. Just go there when you're free, West said solicitously. We also have Social Security and major accident insurance. The claim is guaranteed. $200,000 per year? Yes. There won't be things like fighting the supernatural organizations in other countries? Absolutely not. Will spiritualists be arrested and studied? That's prohibited by the International Supernatural Agreement. Any country, organization, or lab that conducts inhumane experiments on supernatural people will be punished. Like how? Offenders will be attacked by all the supernatural organizations in the world and have their souls drawn out while alive. Fine, that's very supernatural. What's the procedure to become the president of the organization? Sign on this parchment. Qin Zhao took the parchment and injected a small amount of magical power. Then, the content on the parchment was displayed. The president has no rights to transfer the funds? It's to prevent what happened last time from happening again. My house is here. Do you think I can even run away? Remove this line. As the president, of course I should be able to manage the funds. How about our accountant? If you need anything in the future, ask the accountant to report to me and ask for approval. Change this to, the funds are managed by the president. Okay. And this. All of them have to be changed. Finally, Qin Zhao signed the contract. The Supernatural Organization of America had officially become Qin Zhao's private supernatural organization. Also, since the former president's secretary has resigned, should we hire another one? No need, I'll be the new secretary, West said with a serious look. You're kidding, right? No, I'm serious. No way. I need a lady. We've used all the funds this year. President, are you going to pay with your own money? Qin Zhao was clearly not generous enough to spend his own money. By the way, is there any confidentiality agreement in the organization? Apart from not exposing us to the media, you can do whatever you want. Qin Zhao sighed. He felt that he had been deceived into such a worthless position. Oh, who do I report to? Don't tell me it's the White House. No one. Although we are a government organization, we act independently and monitor ourselves. Will the government give us tasks? Yes, but we have the right to reject them. There was a lot of freedom. Qin Zhao thought about it. It did not seem to be a bad idea. Also, you said there will be a dangerous mission a few days later? What is it? 3 years ago, we received a mission from the government to eliminate the evil spirits in Mapleville. 3 years have passed, but we've accomplished nothing. So the government began to pressure us and demanded that we complete the mission in 10 days. Otherwise, we might not get the funds for next year. Mapleville? Are the evil spirits there powerful? Absolutely. Hundreds of evil spirits gather there all year round. In the last 3 years, we've spent most of the time attacking that place, but we kept failing. Tell me when you're going there again, Qin Zhao said. Of course. This was probably the most pleasant thing West had heard tonight. He had been waiting the entire night to hear this. By the way, what's your ability? Super memory, ultra speed reading. When I cast my spell, my IQ will increase rapidly. Qin Zhao studied West but remained silent. By the time Qin Zhao returned home, it was already early morning. Too many things had happened that night. Just as he entered the house, Laurent charged out with a frying pan, ready to duel. Qin Zhao's fist went straight through the pan. Laurent roared softly. Asshole, do you know how long I'd been tied up for? I was only released before Fei Lai came back. Does Fei Lai know about it? No, I didn't tell her. Laurent had also found out about the Hilda Hotel attack from the news. You should be glad you didn't. If you dare to do that again next time, I'll bring Fei Lai home. Laurent stared at Qin Zhao in anger. Fine, I won't tie you up anymore. Next time you try to kill yourself, I won't stop you. Laurent turned around and had his back face Qin Zhao. I mean the risks you took. Before you take any risks, think about Fei Lai. Haven't you always been cursing me to die? I would love that to happen, but Fei Lai would be sad. Chapter 603 Hey, do you see that man? Chapter 603 Hey, do you see that man? Yes, it's true. Spider-Man saved me, a woman said excitedly to the camera on TV. I saw him. I really saw him. He personally saved me from the captors. I saw him too. He wore a Spider-Man headpiece. The witnesses and victims were being interviewed by the media. All of them claimed that Spider-Man had saved them. Of course, anyone with common sense knew that it was someone wearing a Spider-Man headpiece. But some people thought that it really was Spider-Man. That it was Peter Parker. This caused the Spider-Man movies to become unprecedentedly popular. However, the biggest uproar came on the afternoon of that day. Footage from the scene was published. It blurrily recorded everything that had happened, including the masked Spider-Man's fight with the criminals and how he saved everyone. It was just that no one understood why the criminals were crying. It wasn't only them. The captives were crying too. Of course, some people knew the truth. The news came from somewhere, explaining why everyone was crying. There was a bottle of wine that was going to be sold at the auction. This bottle could make people think of the past and even remember forgotten memories. During the clash, that bottle was accidentally shattered. The fragrance filled the air and everyone who smelled it started crying. In other words, it was this wine that helped the man save everyone successfully. Chen, good news, Rasfa said. Someone wants the purple brew. They offered $150 million. But I advise you not to sell it so quickly. Of course, ignore me if you need the money. You're doing hunger marketing again? Your purple brew is totally famous now. Regular people know about it too, not just the rich. And the more curious people are about it, the more valuable it is. Okay, I got it. After hanging up, Laurent started throwing a tantrum again. Where's the purple brew? I want to drink the purple brew. Do you know how much one bottle costs? Don't fool me. I've studied finance for a few years too. The purple brew doesn't work at the market value. You and Feilai drink it like it's an everyday beverage, so it's obviously not that expensive to make. Qin Zhao glared at the proud Laurent. He was so annoying. After making a commotion, Laurent finally got the purple brew. He happily took a sip. That taste was amazing. I miss Winnip. After another sip, Laurent grew sentimental again. Pamela left just like that. Qin Zhao found earplugs and went to sunbathe by the lake. But Laurent started bothering him again. Chen, I want muscles. I want a strong body. I heard from Feilai that you're good at bodybuilding. Help me exercise. Qin Zhao squinted and studied Laurent in his swim trunks. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. How about I introduce a coach to you? Definitely professional. More professional than me. Really? More professional than you? If you see her, you'll trust me. Qin Zhao's smile had another meaning to it. Chen, how come you're here? Gaia was surprised to see Qin Zhao visit suddenly and bring an old man. Let me make some introductions, Qin Zhao said. This is Gaia. This is Laurent, Feilai's father. Gaia, Laurent wants to bodybuild. Can't you help him? I'm not as professional as you. Gaia looked at him strangely. Why did his tone sound weird today? Laurent, go look around the gym and get familiar with the machines. After Qin Zhao sent Laurent off, Gaia looked at him. Tell me. What's up? Make him suffer. You have something against him? I hate him. He hates me too. Hi, I'm Laurent. Your muscles look great. Laurent looked at the burly man before him. There were many muscular guys like this in the gym. The man nodded but continued to train attentively. The dumbbell in his hands went up and down, up and down. See that guy over there? He said that no one in the gym can beat him. The man turned and saw Qin Zhao in the distance. He's right. Laurent almost choked on blood. He thought that a muscular guy like this would have some ego and lose his temper hearing those words. He went to the boxing ring. There was a tall African-American man practicing in the ring. The person practicing with him was forced back continuously. The boy looked even stronger than the muscular man from before. When he went to the side of the ring to drink water, Laurent went over immediately. Hey, you're great. Tiger grinned. Thanks. Usually, people would come over to talk to him too. After he'd participated in the BBL competition, he had a certain degree of fame. But this old man looked unfamiliar. He was probably new. Do you see that guy? Loran asked. Yeah, why? That guy seems like he's here to find trouble. He says he wants to beat up all the sissies in the gym. Tiger looked at Loran strangely. Do you know him? No. Do you know who he is to me? What do you mean? Who is he? Tiger ducked out of the ring. He's my teacher and benefactor, you old asshole. Ah. Thud. Tiger punched Loran in the eye. Qinzhao and Gaia were talking in the distance. They had seen Loran chatting with Tiger and thought it was okay. The next moment, they saw Tiger send Loran to the ground with a punch and ran over, alarmed. Tiger, why did you hit him? Gaia asked. He insulted Mr. Chen and tried to ruin our relationship. Qinzhao's face darkened. He didn't need Tiger to speak further. He could imagine what Loran was trying to do now. You old bastard! Qinzhao checked Loran. Fortunately, he didn't die. Unfortunately, he didn't die. Wah! Chen, that big guy hit me. Help me teach him a lesson. He's going to be your boxing coach. Qinzhao patted Tiger's thick arms. Earlier, he was testing your endurance. Seems like you're stronger than expected. This way, he can give you a more accurate training plan for the next few days. I don't want to work out anymore. I don't want to stay here anymore. It's too late to leave now. The wood before the house was connected to the mountain forest, so it was really convenient. However, there weren't any wild animals around. Even if there had been, they would have been eaten by Princess and the rest. Because they were hunting as a family, Chen Zhao had brought many pets with him. Samuel had been cutely begging him, so he had to bring Samuel along. And also Black Ma, White Ma, Walter, and Princess. Even Abitos had learned to act cute like Samuel. It was actually horrifying to see Abitos act cute. He would roll in the living room, destroying all the things in the way. Chen Zhao was scared that should he leave Abitos at home, he would need to refurbish the house when they returned. He had to take Abitos with them. Fortunately, Abitos was no ordinary lizard. It was difficult for Komodo dragons to move in the forest. On the other hand, Abitos could climb a tree and run in the forest. Shin, help us carry some stuff. Kareem was carrying 20 kilograms of equipment. Howard and Kane had bags of similar sizes. However, Chen Zhao continued to hold Samuel in his arms. I'm carrying a lot too, Chen Zhao said. Loran, go and help them. Don't you want to train your body? Try walking with weights. Asshole, my belly is already a weight. Kareem, Howard, and Kane almost cried. They had been thoroughly enjoying themselves over the last few days. They originally thought that they could play until the day they returned to Sacramento. In the end, Loran called them and forced them onto the mountain. Fine, it was just hunting, which was a leisure activity too. However, when they departed, they realized that they were not the ones hunting at all. Lawrence's family was hunting. The three of them were here as labor. In the end, Chen Zhao still took a bag from them. They seemed to be carrying too much indeed. In the first hour on the mountain, they found nothing. They did not encounter any wild animals. Chen Zhao wondered how big Black Ma and White Ma's hunting radius was. Therefore, Fei Lai called softly. She pointed at a white figure in the grass in the distance. It was a white hare. Fei Lai and Four had both grown up on a farm. Thoughts like, how can we eat rabbits? They're so cute, would never cross their minds. Four lifted the gun in a skilled and standard manner. She held the stock against her shoulder. After aiming briefly, a gunshot was heard. Several meters away, the hare's head exploded at once. Nice! Lawrence's face flushed. Daughter, you're great. The group took the hare and continued deeper into the mountain. A hare was clearly insufficient for so many of them. Very soon, however, they killed a wild goat. This was huge. Chen Zhao envied Fei Lai and Four's shooting skills very much. As for himself, he did not even load any bullets, let alone shoot. He hoped that he would never have to shoot again. All he would receive was humiliation. At something past 1 in the afternoon, the group stopped to rest. Meanwhile, they skinned and roasted the goat and the hare. Just then, another team appeared in their sight. Chapter 605 Refusal. Chapter 605 Refusal. Vanity. Qin Zhao didn't expect to meet her again. Vanity was also surprised to see him here. Hi, Chen. Vanity led her team over to greet Qin Zhao. What a big bear. Is that a giant lizard? What breed is that? Qin Zhao saw that everyone on Vanity's team was unfamiliar. It seemed that she'd built her own team. Don't tell me that you're here to hunt. And don't tell me that you're here for an exploration. Ha! You guessed it. Qin Zhao really wanted to turn around and leave now. There was never anything good when it was related to explorations. Any random monster could kill half of their team. It's just a regular relic this time. Vanity clearly knew that Qin Zhao was worried he would be involved in some monster fighting again. Qin Zhao glanced at Vanity's team. They were much more normal this time. At least, there were only a few who were fully armed. Qin Zhao introduced Vanity to the people on his side. Loran, Fei Lai, and Four were all curious about Vanity's career. They really were from one family. They had identical interests in this aspect. Are you interested in exploring? This time, we're going to a branch of the Incan civilization. It's not that far from here, just about 20 kilometers. 20 kilometers wasn't far, but this was in the mountains. Traveling 20 kilometers in the mountains could make an adult die of exhaustion. Of course, it was mostly because Qin Zhao honestly hated explorations. Qin Zhao had gone to a relic with our team before. Qin Zhao pulled Kane to the side. Kane, tell Loran later that they're not good people. Don't get too close to Vanity. Explorations and stuff were the worst. Kane looked at Qin Zhao suspiciously. With what he knew of Qin Zhao, the man would make anyone or anything that he didn't like into something evil. They're really not good people? They don't look bad though. Some of them look like college professors. The last time I went to explore a relic with them, half of them died. If we don't stop Loran and the others and something happens this time, you might be part of the half that dies. This made sense now. When Qin Zhao walked over, Fei Lai and the others were in a heated discussion with Vanity. Qin, Vanity invited us to join the expedition. Fei Lai's eyes were filled with anticipation. She hoped that Qin Zhao would agree. Fei Lai, Vanity clearly didn't tell you that in the last 2 expeditions, 15 people in her team died the first time and 20 died the next. Qin Zhao wouldn't allow Fei Lai to take that risk. He wouldn't allow it no matter how great Vanity made it sound. If it weren't for me, all of them would have died. Huh! Fei Lai didn't think that relic explorations would be so dangerous. Qin, I said that this is a regular exploration. The relic has already been searched before and many teams have visited it. It's not dangerous. Qin Zhao glanced at her. If it's not dangerous, then why does a portion of your team have a gun? You're not hunting, are you? It's just in case. It's like an officer patrolling the streets. Even a regular patrol officer would have a gun. Anyway, I don't care if you go on an expedition. Just don't drag my family into it. Fei Lai saw how serious Qin Zhao was. He didn't have his usual playfulness, so she didn't say anything else. If Qin Zhao didn't think it was dangerous, he wouldn't stop them from exploring with this attitude. Seeing how insistent Qin Zhao was, Vanity was a bit disappointed. Just as Qin Zhao was worried about, this expedition wasn't completely without risks. If Qin Zhao could join, then their safety would skyrocket. Unfortunately, Qin Zhao was too insistent. She couldn't find any excuses. After the short interaction, Vanity left with her team. Qin, is relic exploration really that dangerous? Didn't you see that they all have automatic assault rifles and grenades? That's standard military equipment. The 7 of us only have hunting rifles. If something happens, do you think they'll protect themselves first or us? It made sense to Fei Lai. After all, there were so many of them. If there really was danger, Qin Zhao couldn't protect them all. Whether it was for Loran, Karim, Howard, or Kane, she didn't want any of them to get hurt. No one's moods were affected by this encounter. They collected their belongings, put out the fire, and continued up the mountain to hunt. Hey, enough! This is the mountains, not your home, Four complained in the distance. As a single lady, she hated PDA the most. This annoying couple showed their affection no matter when or where. This wasn't Feilai and Four's first time hunting in the mountains. Qin Zhao guessed that they'd gone hunting very often in Sacramento. Their technique was very well experienced. Of the entire team, only Qin Zhao was empty-handed. Chen, are you okay? Loran mocked. I'm carrying such a big bag. I can't aim well. Kareem, Howard, and Kane are carrying bags that aren't any lighter than you, but look at their prey. Right then, everyone stopped. They saw piles of animal corpses. They'd all been skinned. Did Fanity's team do this? No, not them. Kareem shook his head. A poaching team did it. It doesn't look small scale either. Kane and Howard wiped their grins off their faces too. Chen, we should go back. If we run into them, it'll be trouble. That's weird. There are no valuable animals here. Why would such a big poaching team come? This was a warm forest but not a rainforest, so all the animals were pretty common. The medium and large animals included bears, wild boars, pumas, deer, and wolves. Looking at their black market price, it wasn't worth it for a large poaching group. Their targets were mostly the Amazon rainforest, African safari, or Southeast Asia. Chapter 606 Poachers. Chapter 606 Poachers. Qin Zhao did not like unexpected events like this. All he wanted was an ordinary tour in the wild, a normal hunting experience. The carcasses were piled up before them. While they had yet to rot, they already smelled extremely unpleasant. In the warm environment, the carcasses were already emitting a pungent odor. Let's go back, Qin Zhao said. Even the Death Seeker Loran did not object to the suggestion. However, before long, Black Moss suddenly ran toward them from the front. Master, I smell humans from the headwind, and also the strong smell of blood. Qin Zhao frowned. Headwind, which was the direction they had come from and were currently heading toward. Stop, Qin Zhao said. What's wrong? The poachers might be in front of us, Qin Zhao said. Black Moss smelled them. It's that direction. Everyone was slightly hesitant, but they knew that Qin Zhao's pets were all extraordinarily intelligent. What do we do now? Let's take another direction, Qin Zhao said. Huh! Human footprints. Quite a few of them, in that direction. 5 males and 2 females. That's where we skin the animals. Milford Leon frowned. Boss, what do we do? Continue the search. We won't look for them, but if they bump into us we'll keep them here, Milford said. Fuck, that guy's really hard to catch. If it's easy, it wouldn't be worth 5 million. Poachers were usually also skilled trackers, especially in the woods. They could track their prey using footprints, feces, and even smell. Nevertheless, their prey this time was special. It was an albino cougar. In the black market, a rich person had placed a 5 million bounty on catching the cougar. Cougars had always been a popular pet among the rich. Cougars were also big cats, but their sizes were very different from lions. They wouldn't be that big, so they were less threatening to humans. On the other hand, they were significantly larger than normal cats. Hence, raising a cougar had become a symbol of status among the rich. An ordinary, healthy cougar cost from $30,000 to $100,000. Strangely enough, in America, it was illegal to sell cougars, but not illegal to raise them. Due to market demands, the cougar black market was born. Every year, more than 1,000 cougars would be sold in the black market. Most of them were captured by poaching teams. As for this particular team, they had skinned the animals only for some extra income. A normal buckskin could be sold for $100. If they did not manage to catch the white cougar, they could at least sell the skins and not make a loss. As a poaching team, their hunting methods were far more efficient than an ordinary hunter. They would set up various traps. Even humans might get hurt, not to mention animals. As for things like ecological balance, they were clearly unconcerned. Boss, look at this footprint. Milford walked up to check the footprint. Upon seeing it, he gasped uncontrollably. What is it? Can you tell? Think it's a bear. Black bear? Brown bear? They can't be this big. From the depth of the footprint, it's at least 1,200 kilograms. Milford guessed, uncertain. As the head of a poaching team, he had good knowledge of various wild animals. He had studied them before, especially the valuable ones. In the black markets, special and rare animals were worth a lot. For example, a panda would cost at least 5 million. However, if anyone dared to steal a panda from China, he would probably be shot before being able to leave. It was riskier than drug trafficking. The panda was a national treasure to China. Clearly, offenders would not be spared. Therefore, even though pandas had high prices in the black market, nobody would dare or be able to get one. Mutated species were worth a lot too. An example was the albino cougar they were tracking at the moment. It was a rare mutant. But now, they seemed to have discovered a new target. An ordinary bear would cost no more than 50,000. However, if it was a mutated bear, the price would increase at least tenfold. From the paw prints, it should be a brown bear, but a few times bigger than a normal one. Let's get the bear. Milford licked his lips. It was a delightful surprise. Catching the bear would surely earn them much more money than skinning animals along the way. The bear's footprints overlap with those people's. Could the bear be tamed? In any case, let's get the bear first. So what if it's tamed? Now it's mine, Milford said firmly. The team began to track the footprints. Until it was evening, they still had not caught up with the group ahead. Boss, I think that they know we're here. They've been avoiding us. We're getting deeper into the forest. They can't leave. Sooner or later, they'll be tired and we'll catch up with them. Like what the poachers guessed, Chen Zhao's group was indeed somewhat exhausted. Apart from Chen Zhao, everyone was almost too tired to walk further. It would be a bad idea to walk too quickly on a mountain because the humid air and warmth would rapidly drain one's water and energy. Even a marathon runner would not be able to move at a consistently high speed in such an environment. The rugged mountain terrain and frequent vegetation obstructing their way were all factors that slowed them down and consumed their energy. I can't. I need to rest. Laurent was too tired to walk. He sat down before a bush with a thud. Suddenly, a white figure shot out from the bush. Shocked, Laurent threw himself on the ground, covering his head with his hands. Nonetheless, the white figure had no intention to attack the group. It dashed into the thick forest in an instant and disappeared. It was a big guy, about the same size as Black Ma and White Ma. Did you see that? What's that? Looks like a cougar. But are there white cougars? Laurent asked suspiciously after he had calmed down. It's definitely worth a lot of money, Howard said. Chapter 607 Dark Fight. Chapter 607 Dark Fight. The poachers aren't looking for this, right? Chen Zhao's heart jumped. What a pretty puma. Men and women focused on different things, clearly. Men focused on whether it was valuable or not. Women focused on whether it was pretty or not. Chen, do we have to keep going? Dad looks like he can't walk anymore. Then let's rest for a while, Chen Zhao said. It had started getting dark. They indeed couldn't continue walking. It wasn't a matter of energy. If they slipped or tripped over something, it could be very dangerous. Just then, Black Ma and White Ma ducked out. Master, they're getting close. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. The poachers were so clingy. He didn't want to encounter them, but they just had to chase after him. Didn't they know that if they kept chasing, someone would die? Go hide behind the coverage, Chen Zhao said. The poachers have caught up. A few blurry shadows were approaching in the darkness. Just then, Cain fired into the night sky. Hey, don't get any closer! Cain yelled. At the gunshot, the poachers flattened themselves on the ground immediately. If two groups of hunters met at night, they would often fire a gun as a warning if they weren't sure of the dangers, warning the others to not get close. Usually, if they didn't have any negative intentions, they would also put distance between each other. But the poachers clearly didn't have good intentions. "Boss, what do we do?" Milford Leon licked his lips. "What are you scared of? They have fewer people and our weapons are much better than a few hunters." "Hey!" Milford called out. "Our hound got lost. We're looking for it. Did you guys see it?" "No, there's no dog here. Stay away from us." There were only around 20 meters between them and they all hid behind the coverage. Milford gestured at his men. "Spread out." There was a lot of coverage, so it meant that the side with more people had another advantage. "We suspect you killed our hound," Milford continued to call out. "We want to check your baggage. I hope you'll cooperate." "Fuck you assholes!" Loran yelled. "Whoever wants to die can come and check. My hunting rifle is waiting to meet you. We have a dozen guys. Are you sure you won't cooperate with us? Then you better go find a dozen graves," Loran said. Chen Zhao looked down and said to Fei Lai and Four, "When there's a conflict later, don't do anything. Just let us take care of it." "Chen, we can help too," Fei Lai said. "Trust us. We can take care of it." Fei Lai, Four, listen to Chen, Loran said as well. "We'll take care of you too." Chen Zhao and Loran messed with each other usually, but they were on the same side in protecting Fei Lai and Four. "What should we do now?" Chen Zhao asked. "Don't worry," Kane said. "We'll hide behind the coverage. Whoever shoots first has the disadvantage. Plus, we don't have a lot of ammo and we have hunting rifles," Howard said. "We can't shoot impulsively. But I think they're coming over from the side," Chen Zhao said. "Huh! Why didn't you say that earlier?" "Whatever. You all take care of the front. I'll take care of the side." With that, Chen Zhao crouched down and disappeared into the darkness. Suddenly, Chen Zhao felt that it wasn't just the poachers. There was a third party. "Huh! Vanity?" Her team was here too. At the moment, Vanity and her team were in the darkness. "Leader, should we help?" "Let's see first," Vanity said. She wanted to help, but now wasn't the time. She wanted to appear suddenly when Chen Zhao's group was feeling hopeless. That way, she could make Chen Zhao owe her again. And then she'd be able to ask Chen Zhao for help without shame. "Leader, is that Chinese guy really that important?" Vanity's current team was all new. They didn't know about Vanity's experiences, let alone know Chen Zhao. She paused for a moment. "You've experienced dangerous relics, right?" "I went to the one in the quaint trench," a new guy said. He was new in Vanity's team, but he wasn't new to the exploration world. With his background, he was actually very experienced. The quaint trench was one of the most dangerous relic clusters. Anyone who could come out of it alive was a senior figure. If they went to another team, they would be one of the core members. Vanity looked at her new member. "Last time, I entered a relic with my original team. There was a very dangerous mutant species there, not only one but a whole group. We had horrible casualties. Our modified weapons had limited effects on the mutants." The new member fell silent. He'd run into mutants before too. When facing mutants, a human relied the most on firearms. If their firearms lost effect, then it would be a massacre. And he used a cold weapon and killed a dozen of them with brute force and helped the rest of us out of the relic. Everyone gasped. Most of them had encountered mutants before. They knew how terrifying it was, but someone had used a cold weapon to massacre a dozen mutants. "Then why don't you invite him to our team? If he's here, our team's power will increase greatly." These explorers weren't arrogant. After all, they searched for exhilaration in life-or-death environments. They naturally placed importance on skills. "It's not time yet," Vanity said, eyes gleaming. Suddenly, a pained cry came from the darkness. "Ah!" Bang, 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 bang. Pained cries sounded continuously, as if someone was in immense pain. Vanity and her team were all frightened. They didn't know what had happened. "Save me, boss, save me!" The one screaming was a poacher, but because he was in the dark, no one knew what had happened. They could only listen to the poacher's tragic cries in the dark. Thud. Just then, a corpse fell into the group of poachers. "Motherfuckers, get out or else you'll end up like him." Milford looked down. This was his man, but he was in pieces now as if torn apart by something. Chapter 608 Beast Battlefield. Chapter 608 Beast Battlefield. Milford Leon's face darkened. It must be that bear. Spread out, direct attack. While Milford was a poacher, he was also a veteran. He knew how to deploy his men in various situations. Their advantages were their number and weaponry. The other party had only a few people and had hunting guns. Hunting weapons were not too strong and had slow reload speeds. Therefore, as long as they spread out and moved forward together, their enemies would not be able to deal with them. Their enemies had a beast hidden in darkness, but so long as they kept their distances, they could protect each other. If that beast dared to show up, they could kill it directly. Bang! Kane fired his gun and accurately shot a poacher. These people were poachers, after all, not soldiers. That single shot was enough to make them panic and lie back on the ground. Suddenly, however, a Betos who had been hiding on a tree rushed down and bit a poacher's neck in silence. Then, he quietly dragged the poacher up the tree. The poacher was still alive and struggling with his limbs, but his neck was broken. He was not far from death. Then, Qin Zhao made some noise on the left side of the poaching team. Alerted by the noise, all the poachers pointed their guns at the place where Qin Zhao was hiding. Black Ma and White Ma immediately charged in from the back and dragged two poachers into the bushes. Milford's expression changed slightly. From various signs, it was obvious that the other party had more than just one beast, probably even more than two. Moreover, the beasts were alarmingly smart. They knew how to divert attention and make a surprise attack. Suddenly, something fell from the trees. The poachers took a glance. It was another badly mutilated corpse. Damn, something's hiding on the tree too. What animal can climb a tree and also drag a human up there? Everyone was creeped out. The place was scary. They felt as if they had entered the hunting ground in a monster movie. It was like an alien movie, where the aliens would strike in darkness. Gather, gather. Milford did not dare to be careless anymore. If they kept spreading out, they would definitely be eaten by the hidden monsters one after another. They had to gather while they still had the upper hand. Just then, a white figure flashed past. Another person was dragged into the darkness. Bam, bam, bam. The albino cougar had actually also been hiding around here, looking for a chance to counterattack the poachers. The albino cougar was obviously larger than an ordinary cougar. It could easily defeat an adult human. Qin Zhao noticed that the poachers were gathering together, which would make a situation more difficult. After all, even Princess would get hurt should she charge up rashly and be focused on. Qin Zhao scanned around him and saw a huge rock. It seemed at least a few 100 kilograms heavy. Qin Zhao grabbed the rock and threw it into the air. Careful! Startled by the falling rock, the poacher's formation was destroyed at once. Even though the rock did not hit anyone, it did throw the poachers into confusion. Qin Zhao found another rock in the darkness and threw it hard at them. The poachers could not do anything other than run for their lives. Stop! Don't panic! At the moment, Milford was the only one who was still rational. But it was useless. Everyone else was in chaos. Another rock fell right beside Milford. Now, even he had to lower his head and dodge. Finally, Princess, Abitos, Black Ma, White Ma, and the white cougar stormed into the crowd and began a massacre. There were gunshots, but they were short-lived. The poachers' screams of misery were more obvious. What the fuck? Vanity and her teammates were dumbfounded. They had night vision devices, so they knew what had happened on the battlefield. They saw how the beasts had managed to kill the poachers. It was like a horror movie. The poaching team originally had a proper formation, but for some reason, they kept getting assaulted and harassed. In the end, the team was flung into a mess. When their only advantage vanished, all that remained was a slaughter. Vanity once again experienced for herself how scary Qin Zhao was. Not just Qin Zhao. His pets were as terrifying too. Having been to Qin Zhao's house, Vanity had seen his pets. However, back then, his pets were intelligent but safe. Now, she knew that it was only because of Qin Zhao's constraint. When Qin Zhao released them, they would become true night killers. Let's go. They won't need us. If he discovers us, there might be a misunderstanding, Vanity said. Captain, I think he knows we're here, an explorer said. What? We're a few dozen meters apart. How could he know? He's looking in our direction. Vanity's face paled, and she could feel her hair stand on end. Fortunately, they had no evil intention, for otherwise they might have become Qin Zhao's targets too. As for whether they could fight Qin Zhao, Vanity did not dare to keep thinking. Their equipment was about the same as the poaching team, but they did not have as many armed members. Since Qin Zhao could easily defeat the poaching team, how difficult could it be to deal with them? Of course, they had night vision devices, but Vanity did not have the courage to go against Qin Zhao. She still remembered what he had done back then. It was really unwise to battle him. Let's go, Vanity said again. They had to leave now. Compared to Vanity, who had escaped, Laurent, Kane, Howard, and Karine were much more upset. They were ready to have a bloody battle to protect the two girls. In the end, they did nothing. Kane at least shot a poacher. The rest did not even move their guns. Qin Zhao and his pets alone killed all the poachers. Qin, can we come out now? Yes, Qin Zhao answered in the darkness, leaving the cover. The group walked to the corpse-filled battlefield, while Qin Zhao checked his pets. Princess was shot a few times, but her skin and fat layer were too thick. She was mostly fine. Abitos was the cleverest one. He was not hit at all. Black Ma and White Ma were hit once and twice respectively, but their injuries weren't too bad either. Huh! Fei Lai suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 609 Bring Back Home. Chapter 609 Bring Back Home. Everyone gathered around Fei Lai's side. They also saw the albino puma laying in the grass that was pulled apart. Is it dead? Yeah. It's dead. Fei Lai ignored the casual talk from Kane and the others. She looked at Qin Zhao. You don't have to say anything. I know what you're going to say. Qin Zhao cut Fei Lai off. I knew you're the best. Can you two not be like this? There are so many people here. For couldn't help but roll her eyes. Qin Zhao picked up the albino puma. What kind of taste do you all like? What taste? Fei Lai stopped Qin Zhao immediately. What do you want to do to it? Don't you want to eat it? When did I say that I want to eat it? You can still say it now. What flavor do you want? I want you to save it. Look how pitiful it is. You haven't seen how cruel it is when it kills people. It's better to kill beasts who kill humans. Princess and the others killed too. That's not the same. They're our family. Are you gonna save it or not? The puma's injuries weren't too bad. It had lost a lot of blood, but nothing critical was injured. Even though it was the same size as the silly twins, it was much weaker. This was understandable though. After all, it was only an ordinary beast. When they'd come to the mountain, they'd considered all sorts of things. They brought a lot of medical equipment, especially since Qin Zhao, the doctor, was here. After wrapping up the injuries, the puma quickly woke up. Qin Zhao pressed the puma onto the ground while warning, "Don't move around." The puma shrunk back. Samuel, standing on Qin Zhao's shoulder, was small, but its aura was enough to make any creature stop in the distance. Human, no, master, let it become my subordinate. I'll be impressed if it doesn't eat you. It won't dare. No, it killed people. I don't want to adopt a wild beast that has killed people before. Just then, Fei Lai walked over. Chun, can we keep it? Sure. Samuel. Everyone else came over too. Chen, you're really going to keep it? It's too dangerous. Yeah, it killed someone before. According to the standards of modern society, any animal that bit, killed, or ate a human would be killed by humans. This was because humans thought animals had habitual memory. Dogs that had bitten people would remember the feeling. A beast that had killed or eaten a human would also remember it. If an animal did it once, they would do it a second and third time. From a certain angle, this was true, but not entirely. Once, a child was attacked by a dog and then the dog was killed. But actually, the dog smelled something on the child. Later, they discovered that the child's arm had a mutated tumor. The dog didn't know how to take care of it. It just wanted to protect the child this way. Of course, dogs were known as the safest pets. Due to selection and professional training, domestic dogs were very loyal and protective of children. For example, Risfar's Laffer was a very excellent pet dog. Cats were actually close to humans after domestication too. Of course, cats had a natural killing habit. What was a killing habit? They would often kill rats, birds, and other small animals. It wasn't for food but merely to satisfy their desire to kill. This was similar to humans liking hunting, but humans would never say that they liked killing. In comparison, other animals rarely had this kind of habit. Other animals would only attack because they were frightened and sometimes for food. In reality, most animals didn't like the smell of humans. Qin Zhao looked at the albino puma, and then at Fei Lai and Four with their expectant eyes. We can keep it, but don't approach it for 3 days. I have to tame it. Everyone knew that Qin Zhao was great at taming animals, such as with Princess. You could say that Princess was the strongest beast on dry land, but usually, she acted like a sweet little girl. Occasionally, she would act cute and whine or sunbathe on the ground. But today, they saw how terrifying Princess was after Qin Zhao released her natural instincts. Of the many pets, she was the most terrifying because she ripped the poachers apart with her paws. Her thick fatty layer made it so a normal gun couldn't cause too much damage. As long as they didn't shoot continuously, Princess was practically undefeatable. Then there was Abitos. Laurent and the others felt differently about Abitos and Princess. If Princess was a wild warrior, then Abitos was a calculative killer. They remembered how Abitos had done a sneak attack on the poacher earlier. Like a ghost, he'd appeared out of nowhere, and without warning. Then he dragged the man into the shadows and disappeared. You three go take care of the bodies, Laurent said. Dad, aren't we going to call the cops? It's too troublesome. Qin Zhao felt that this former senator wasn't very law-abiding either. Everyone was in bad shape tonight, and had a few injuries, especially the albino puma. They set up camp on the spot and rested for the night. The next morning, everyone hurried down the mountain. When they reached home, they were just in time for lunch. But when Laurent, Karim, Kane, Howard, and Four saw the feast of a lunch at home, they were all stunned. Chen, who cooks in your house? Do you have servants? No, how come we've never seen them before? Then what's with this food? It's people in town. Usually, when Fei Lai and I are too busy, we'll have a restaurant prepare food and bring it here. He has your key? He knows where I hide my key, Qin Zhao said. Aren't you afraid of them stealing things? There's nothing valuable here. They can't move the most valuable thing anyway. Dad, let's hurry and eat. Everyone's tired, Fei Lai urged. She didn't want everyone to get caught up on this either. Oh, what should we name the puma? Before he finished, a car pulled up outside. West stood outside the door. Qin Zhao looked at him and furrowed his brows. Walking to the door, he stared at West. What do you want? Chapter 610 A Visit to the HQ. Chapter 610 A Visit to the HQ. President, don't you think you should visit the HQ? Did you deceive me into becoming the president so that you can lure me to the HQ and then kill me? President, can we be serious, please? Fine, but come in first. I just returned from the mountain. Let me rest for a bit. West entered the living room and saw the group around the dining table. When Qin Zhao returned to the table, Fei Lai asked, "Is that your friend? Ask him to come and eat with us. He's not hungry." Fei Lai widened her eyes. "Aren't all Chinese people hospitable? That's clearly false. Where did you hear that from?" Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. Qin Zhao did not want to entertain West, but Fei Lai would not allow it. She took some roast meat and poured a glass of purple brew for West. "Sir, please help yourself." "Thank you." It smells so good." Fei Lai realized that West was not really affected by the purple brew. He must have little love experience, Fei Lai guessed. West was also a spiritualist. Although he was not a combatant, he possessed magical power. The purple brew would only cause normal people to cry. The stronger one's magical power was, the weaker this effect would be. Nevertheless, the purple brew was not completely useless to spiritualists. As West drank some purple brew, he immediately felt energized and filled with magical power. His magical power even increased slightly. It was not a lot, but it was obvious. West gasped. Had Qin Zhao always been treating his guests with such luxuries? In comparison, the supernatural organization seemed much stingier. West saw many pets of various sizes entering and leaving the dining room. He was surprised but not horrified. He knew that Qin Zhao owned many pets. After all, he had investigated Qin Zhao in advance. Nonetheless, when he saw the white cougar, he was somewhat taken aback. West placed a finger on his forehead and started thinking. "Fei Lai, I'm going out in the afternoon." "Sure." "With Mr. West?" "Yup." "Okay. Don't be back too late." Qin Zhao boarded West's car and they sped off. "Drive slower." Actually, with his current fitness, Qin Zhao might not even die in a 300 km/h car crash. However, he did not enjoy the feeling of speeding. West said confidently, "President, I have an exceptional memory." "How is that related to driving?" "I remember every turn and intersection." West paused and then asked, "President, did you kill someone today or last night? Is it that obvious?" "How did you know?" "I know not only you've killed people, but also who they are." "Oh? That white cougar has a bounty in the black market. $5 million. That much?" Qin Zhao exclaimed. "Should I sell it?" "That's as much as what I own in total." In his 7 or 8 months in the country, Qin Zhao had earned around a few million. A group of poachers has recently come to LA. Their leader is called Milford Leon, who's also an experienced criminal. So? They're here to catch the white cougar. Now, the white cougar is in your house. Also, your pets and the cougar are all injured, which means you've had a conflict very recently. Qin Zhao looked at West in surprise. "You could make that link? Have you always been acting stupid in front of me?" "President, like what I've told you, I'm adept at spells that improve my thinking. When I cast quick thinking, I can, well, think quickly. Why didn't you think of the consequences before you harassed the former president's secretary?" "I was serious about her," West answered in a serious voice. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. West was shameless enough to describe workplace harassment as love. "President, can you sell that wine to our organization?" "Oh? How many bottles?" 100, West said. "Isn't the organization broke? We can still afford cheap stuff." "All right then. $150 million. Chapter 611 President's First Hell Meeting. Chapter 611 President's First Hell Meeting. West settled Qin Zhao with much difficulty. For this, he even activated quick thinking and used all his persuasion tactics. After he made a bunch of unreliable promises, Qin Zhao finally managed to accept. The car parked before an abandoned 2-story brick house. There was a puddle of black water before the door. Qin Zhao got out of the car. When he'd first come to America, he'd lived in similar places. But looking at this kind of building now, it hurt his eyes. "It's really here?" "Yes." West looked away. There was a metal ladder on the side. They climbed up to the second floor. The second floor was a single room divided by man-made fiberboards. The interior design was even simpler. No. More accurately, it wasn't even furnished. Alright, at least it was clean. That was probably the only good part. West brought Qinzhao to the largest partition, the conference room. Even though it was crude, it had everything necessary. There was a long office table, a dozen chairs, and an old-fashioned projector. There were 10 people in the room. Other than Belia, Burr, Moore, Morid, and Jalanash, there were 5 more people. But the 10 didn't look very spirited. They were either chatting amongst themselves or playing on their phones. West coughed, but everyone ignored him. Quiet, West called again. Everyone, look at my eyes. Qinzhao suddenly pointed at his forehead. Everyone looked at Qinzhao in confusion. The next moment, they felt extreme heat. Their surroundings started burning and collapsing. The sky turned blood red. What happened? Where is this? Where are we? Belia ran forward in fright, but then the ground before her collapsed. It was scalding lava under it. The terrible heatwave hit her. If she took another step, she would fall down. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur. Hallucination. This is a hallucination. This was a hallucination, of course. It was the hell knell. It was quite effective against people with lower magic abilities than Qinzhao. Even though it won't cause any actual damage, the scary effect was very good. It was easy to accidentally hurt someone though. West grabbed Qinzhao's hands tightly. President, if it's a hallucination, please undo it for me. I can't stand this feeling. I can't undo it. I haven't learned how to do it yet, Qinzhao said. Okay, the first meeting as president starts now. Qinzhao held onto the table. It was still too hard to cast Hell Knell on so many people at once. But if he wanted to act cool, he had to finish no matter what. If you want to stay in that environment forever, you can let me know. I'll arrange an eternal package for you. Qinzhao knocked on the table. Quiet down. Do you really want the eternal package? The 10 in the room finally quieted down. Even though they knew this was a spell, they would still be afraid of the end of the world, no matter how composed they were. Those 5 don't need to introduce themselves. The other 5, introduce yourselves. President, I'm Wooster, the treasurer. A middle-aged bald man stood up and said. His forehead was covered in sweat. I'm in charge of the warehouse and repairs. Padaloo. Arms expert Jalug. Strategy logistics and elite. Security guard Aduz. Also, I'm the only regular person here. President, can you undo the spell for me? I think I need to change a pair of pants. No, sit down. Qinzhao made a downward gesture. He had to spend more magic to undo the spell. He was very tired now, so he had to wait until his magic recovered to undo the spell. Since he wanted to intimidate them, he would make it more memorable. The 10 members of the Supernatural Club were almost going crazy. Since when did someone just cast a spell like this? And it was such a great spell that made them think it was real. Wooster, report to me how much money is left. $23,000. So you still have $23,000? Why don't you rent a better office? President, we haven't gotten paid this month yet. Qinzhao was speechless. When do we get more funding? President, if we don't take care of the evil spirits in Mapleville, we'll never get the funds. What department is in charge of our funds? Go send some evil spirits to their head and let them feel the significance of our existence. The anti-terrorist department. Okay, pretend I didn't say anything. Qinzhao said. Let's talk about the evil spirits in Mapleville. Someone tell me the results of the previous attempts. Failed, and failed. Then, do you have any data for the specific number and abilities of the evil spirits? No. What do you mean no? Didn't you attack them many times? Yes, Wes said. But other than destroying some on the fringe, we didn't have any other results. There are still many evil spirits inside. Every time we try to venture in, we suffer from even more intense attacks. Now make an action plan immediately. Qinzhao said. Huh? Huh what? If you don't want to do it, then whatever. I'm being the president for nothing too. Then, President, what about you? I'll cooperate with you, Chen Zhao said. Don't think I'll do everything by myself. I'm the president, after all. Also, Worcester, give me the financial records. I want to check them. Huh? What? Chen Zhao looked at Worcester. Worcester lowered his eyes. Oh. Okay, dismissed. Chen Zhao slapped the table. Also, look at my eyes. Who? Everyone's hell knell was finally undone. They all sprawled on the table, covered in sweat. President, I'm old. Burke complained. I can't go through that again. I'm mentally traumatized. Amongst them all, only Jalanash was still composed. The others had very fragile hearts. The hell knell wasn't all-powerful. Usually, people with a stronger mind or knew about supernatural things wouldn't put up a scene like them. Okay, Chen Zhao would have to see about this president situation. If he really couldn't do it anymore, he could run off like the previous presidents. This was the worst group of supernatural people that Chen Zhao had ever met. Chapter 612 Disloyalty. Chapter 612 Disloyalty. Jalanash, Worcester called out to her. Wait, I have something to say. Jalanash stopped and looked at him. What? Jalanash, you don't like that Asian either, right? Worcester asked. She studied Worcester. You want me to mess with him? No way. Go if you want, but I'm not going to commit suicide. Jalanash was proud, but she wasn't stupid. She wouldn't go up against Chen Zhao just because of Worcester's provocation. Anyone in their right mind would be able to see that Chen Zhao was very strong. He's a wizard. You're a witch. What are you scared of? Don't you know that there'll always be one or two special people? Jalanash asked indifferently. Worcester clenched his teeth, eyes flickering. He'd already gotten pissed earlier when Chen Zhao said he'd take over finances. Chen Zhao had just come and was already going to check the budget. Wasn't this forcing him to a dead end? Menace flashed in Worcester's eyes. The supernatural organization was a mess, but as the accountant, there was a lot of money to be made. The others didn't understand finances, so he could just mess around and easily make one mission cost a few $100,000. In actuality, it was only a few thousand. The rest went into his own pocket. After these few years, he'd already become quite wealthy. Even though this year's funds still weren't given, the government wouldn't disband the organization. They would still have to give them funds. By then, a large amount would go into his own pocket again. This president who just arrived actually wanted to cut off his source of income. Worcester obviously couldn't bear this. Fine, Jalanash wasn't willing to help, but that was okay. In the end, she was only a regular witch. If she was able to do well outside, she wouldn't have joined this group. The truly powerful witches viewed the supernatural organization with disdain. Worcester picked up his phone and called a number. Hi, is this Witch Rupert? Yes, it's me. I have a job, $100,000. Will you take it? Sure. What job? Kill someone. I'll do it if you multiply by 10. Then, how about you just disable him? Or make sure he'll never appear before me. Send me the target's info first. Soon, Rupert got the info and she scanned it. She almost threw her new phone onto the ground. Fuck, are you messing with me? What? Go die. Fuck you, fuck. Rupert hung up. Worcester was confused. What happened? Hadn't they made a deal? How come she turned on him so quickly? Whatever. He'd find a professional. Hi, I want to hire a witch assassin. What country are you in? Which city? America, L.A. Okay, there's a very powerful witch assassin in L.A. right now, but she's quite expensive. It'll be at least $1 million. That expensive? Of course. Or how about you wait a while and we'll send a cheaper one? Whatever, this'll do. Then I'll give you her contact info. Worcester received a text. It was only a phone number. Hi, are you a witch assassin? Yes, I am. I need you to kill someone. I'm quite expensive. I know. $1 million. No, it's not just 1 million. That's the base. My price will change according to your target. Your target is a wizard. I need his info. I'll send it now. 10 seconds later, the other started cursing him out. Fuck, you want me to die? I won't do it even if you give me $1 billion. With that, they hung up. Worcester's expression changed. What was going on? Was that Asian really so scary? L.A. Witches knew him. Even witch assassins knew him. The two had the same tone too. It was as if the new president was as scary as a demon. But how come Worcester had never heard of him before? No, if this was the case, then he had to get rid of the man. If he really was so scary, then Worcester would be dead meat if he found out that he messed with the finances. What should he do? Local witches didn't work. The witch assassin didn't work either. The assassin also said that they wouldn't do it even if he paid $1 billion. He couldn't afford that either. It seemed that he couldn't use an outsider. It was even more impossible to get rid of the Asian with the failures in the organization. They didn't dare either. Suddenly, Worcester thought of an idea. Didn't that Asian want to clear out the evil spirits in Mapleville? He could use this chance to make the man die in there. Worcester had personally taken part in the missions, so he knew how scary the evil spirits there were. Worcester believed that the evil spirit group of Mapleville could definitely kill this new president. Hey Chin, it's Rupert. Oh, how come you're calling me today? Someone just called me to give me a job. Wanted me to kill you. Oh. Don't you think that I helped you by telling you? So, does this count as you owing me? Who's the guy that wanted to kill me? I don't know. I didn't see him. It was just a call. You don't even know who it is. How do I know if you're telling the truth? You doubt me? Of course. Then I don't care about you. Go die. Rupert hung up angrily. As soon as Chen Zhao ended that call, he received West's call. President, we've already made the action plan. When will you have time to discuss it? I don't have time now. Send the plan to me and I'll study it. West was annoyed. It felt like he was the only one working hard in the entire organization. No one else cared, from the president to the members. No one took this job seriously. But since Chen Zhao finally became the president, he had to be steadied first. West could guide him slowly in the future. He believed that, under his guidance, Chen Zhao would definitely become a responsible president. And under his leadership, the supernatural organization would strengthen. Chapter 613 Troublemaker Duo. Chapter 613 Troublemaker Duo. Chun, did you finish taming Snow White? Snow White? You named it Snow White? Chen Zhao turned to look at the albino puma. What, is it not pretty? No, it's a great name. It wasn't his name. Whoever wanted to be called Snow White could use that name. But if they have kids in the future, he definitely wouldn't let Feline name them. No way. Otherwise, their kids would hate them for life. Snow White, come here. Snow White had a blank expression. Who? Samuel, tell it that its name is Snow White. Meow meow. Snow White walked over slowly and tried to lick Chen Zhao. Its tongue was covered in bristles. Most cats had this kind of coating on their tongues. It wouldn't hurt Chen Zhao, but he was afraid it would hurt Feline. Feline, don't let it lick you. Otherwise, it'll scratch your skin. Hugging Snow White's neck, she looked at its eyes. It looks like an albino breed. What do you mean? Albinism and albinos are different, Feline said. Albino was a recessive inherited disease. The body lacked tyrosinase, while that was the main ingredient for synthesizing melanin. The patient's main characteristic was expressed in skin, hair, and irises. On the other hand, albinism was also an inherited disease and its genes were very common. Around 1 in 70 people had the genes while the ratio for expression was 1 to 17,000. You could usually distinguish between the two from the eyes. Snow White was an albino, Its eyes were red. Because its irises lacked melanin, the color was very light. Albinos were very afraid of sunlight, and couldn't be under it for long periods because their bodies lacked the protection of melanin. The sunlight could damage their bodies and eyes. Snow White and Princess seemed to match well. Unfortunately, they were different species and of the same sex. It's so soft. Phalai was petting Snow White. It didn't actually feel that great. It was just because it was new. When Princess had just arrived, she'd also been spoiled. But the feeling faded as time passed. But because they were so familiar, like with people, they became more casual with each other. They wouldn't hug Princess and say things like, "You're so nice," or "You're the best." Princess was like their family. Now, Phalai was curious about Snow White. After they became familiar, it would probably be like with Princess. Phalai played with Snow White while Chinjiao sat outside, studying the plan that West had sent. The plan was very simple. They would take advantage of Jalug's magic bombs. It could cause large-scale destruction in an instant. Even spirits wouldn't be able to avoid danger. In addition, there was a magic flamethrower. The fuel contained magical phosphor and was also effective against spirits. But someone had to enter Mapleville first and lure the evil spirits out into the trap. The person who went to lure them would clearly be in danger. Xinjiao wasn't afraid, but he wasn't willing to go. He was the president. Why did he have to do this stuff? If he accepted this mission directly, he would be a pure idiot. Of course, the plan overall was quite reliable. "Oh, is Laurent not here today?" He went to drink with an old friend. Without a doubt, he'd gone to find Asand. Old thing again. Laurent and Asand were at a small pier, completely drunk. They were surrounded by cans. No one knew how much they'd drunk. Gazing at the sunset on the horizon and the beautiful flaming clouds could fill people with fantasies. "Oh, if only those other guys were still alive," Asand said, sighing. "Asand, do you know about Pamela?" "Pamela? After she quit, I only know that she got married a decade ago and then we lost contact." "So, do you know that she died?" "Died? How is that possible? She's even younger than you." "She got some disease," Laurent mumbled. Asand sat in his wheelchair and didn't speak for a long time. "Would you believe me if I said I saw Pamela's spirit a few days ago?" "Cut the crap." "It's true," Laurent said. "I went to where she lived before she died. Technically, she contacted me first. Don't ask why a ghost called me." "Where did she live?" "I think it's called Mapleville, but that place is kind of scary." "Fuck, I don't believe in ghosts." "How about we go now?" Laurent asked. "We might be able to see her. I'll go if you dare to go." "Then let's go. It doesn't seem far from here." Laurent pushed Asand's wheelchair toward Mapleville. When they reached there, Laurent gulped. The cold wind along the way had woken up his senses. "It's here. Do you dare go in?" "Fuck, I haven't lived in a lot of places these years, but I did live in these abandoned slum places. There's nothing to be afraid of." Asand's voice was very loud. He wasn't shrinking back at all. "There really are ghosts inside." "Old thing, it's only been a few years and you're such a scaredy cat now. If you're scared, then fuck off. I'll go in by myself. I'm going to find Pamela, if I can really meet her." "Who's afraid?" "Not me." Laurent had actually met Pamela before, so he was a little afraid. But he had to go, no matter how afraid he was. Otherwise, Asand would never let him forget it. Anyway, it was Pamela. She wouldn't hurt them. By now, the sky had started darkening. The neighborhood didn't feel comfortable at all. "How come we're still not at Pamela's house?" "What, you're scared?" "If you're scared, then I'll push you out." "Who's afraid?" Asand yelled loudly. "You think I'm like you?" "It's the one up front," Laurent said, pointing at the white house in the distance. When they got there, Laurent went up and knocked on the door. "Pamela, are you here? Asand and I are here to see you." The house was dark and Laurent felt shivers when looking in. "Laurent, push me in. It's cold outside." Chapter 614 Intimidated Instantly. Chapter 614 Intimidated Instantly. The instant they entered, the door slammed shut. Loran, why did you close it so hard? You scared me. No. I didn't close it. Asan could feel that Lawrence's hands were shaking. Not you? Not me. Tick-tock. Asan and Loran could both hear the tick of a clock. A shadow appeared in the darkness. Ah! Gigi Ghost! Asan yelled. Loran stiffened and froze as he looked at the figure that walked out of the darkness. It was none other than Pamela. Push me away, push me away. Fuck! Why did you two old bastards come here? Pamela's tone was like she was disappointed. She really was pissed at these two old guys. She really is a ghost. Loran could feel clearly that his hair stood up when Pamela walked closer. It was an instinctive reaction. Why did you come here? To see you. Why didn't you come during the day? Don't you know how dangerous it is? Huh? Stop joking. Loran, you and Pamela planned this to fool me, right? It was as if it suddenly dawned on Asan and he wasn't afraid at all anymore. Before, he'd often pulled these pranks, but this time, he really did get scared. Asan smiled and rolled his wheelchair toward Pamela. Pamela, you don't seem to have changed a lot. Look how old us two are now. He reached out to hold Pamela's arm. But he missed. Pamela was still standing there, but he couldn't grab her hand or touch her body. Asan's expression froze and he turned his neck stiffly. Loran, I think she really is a ghost. Lawrence's smile was stiff too. I told you. Fuck, I thought you were joking. You said you weren't afraid? You two shouldn't have come, Pamela said. It's very dangerous. What's dangerous? You won't hurt us, Loran said. Didn't I come last time? Last time, it was because of that candle. It's the candlelight of the rested. As long as it's lit, the evil spirits outside won't be able to see you. Then, light another one. There's none left, Pamela said. When the clock rings 8, the evil spirits will come out. Pamela pointed at the clock hanging on the wall. There were only 2 minutes before 8 p.m. We'll go now. Too late. Pamela shook her head. Go hide in the basement and don't come out before 1. Huh? Go in the basement? Loran was terrified by the basement. Oh, don't touch the skeleton. Asan shuddered. There's a skeleton in the basement? Shut up and hurry. Loran hurriedly pushed Asan toward the basement. But he was in the wheelchair now and Loran couldn't pick him up. He could only nudge the wheelchair down step by step. Be careful. I don't want to die here. Shut up. Don't distract me. Suddenly, the wooden step under Lawrence's foot cracked. Ah! Asan was thrown forward. He fell out of the wheelchair and landed heavily on the ground. Asan clenched his hand and seemed to touch something. Bone? A bone? He pulled his hand back quickly. Loran, I think I touched that skeleton. Didn't Pamela say we can't touch the skeleton? What will happen? How would I know? Did you die yet? It was too dark in the basement, so he couldn't see clearly. Just then, something lit up in the basement. Red light. 2 spots of red light appeared before them. It came from inside the skeleton's eye sockets. Clack, clack, clack. Crisp clacks came from inside. Clack, clack. I woke up again, the skeleton said. How long have I slept for? He looked at his arms. It seems that I died while I was sleeping. You two bastards really did wake him up. Right then, Pamela appeared at the basement door. Should I explain? Loran looked helplessly at Pamela. Pamela, you died too? The skeleton looked at her. You killed me. Me? I didn't kill you, the skeleton said. When you died, your body released the plague curse. It killed me and more than 100 others. Oh, is that so? The skeleton murmured. Don't go anywhere and just accompany me, please, Pamela said. Where's our daughter? The skeleton suddenly asked. Loran and Asan exchanged glances. This thing was Pamela's husband? Dead. Died in your hands too. No, don't lie. I may only be a pile of bones, but I can sense that she's still alive. She still exists. So what? Do you still want to appear before her, looking like this? You want to stop me? The skeleton looked at Pamela. Pamela spat softly and sprayed icy air on the skeleton. It suddenly realized that its lower half was frozen. You actually found out how to transform into a witch? I didn't think that it would be possible. No, I didn't become a true witch. The skeleton fidgeted but couldn't move its lower half. You think this can stop me? When dawn comes, your power will weaken, but I won't. This will be all in vain. Pamela's expression was heavy. She glanced at Laurent and Asand, who were shrunk in the corner. Laurent, call your in-law here. What? Call him over. I don't feel like pranking him. Laurent was suddenly terrified. It's not a prank. We need his help. How can he help? He can't do anything. No, he can help. Only he can. I don't know what you mean. He could take you out last time. He can take you out this time too. Huh! I don't know what kind of person he is, Pamela said. But he can help. Chapter 6:15 So dumb. Chapter 6:15 So dumb. Are you sure? Laurent was still doubtful. Every day at this time is when it's the most dangerous out there, but he could walk to my house safely. Do you think it's possible he's normal? So if he comes, we'll be saved? I don't know, Pamela said. What exactly is he? Laurent asked. The skeleton cackled. Do you want immortality? I can give you immortality. Help me shatter the ice over my lower half. Immortality? But not even you're immortal. Asand and Laurent were drunk, but they weren't stupid. The skeleton wasn't even alive right now. How could it help others gain immortality? I wouldn't die if it wasn't for Pamela, the skeleton said. She starved me to death. Don't listen to him, Pamela said. He turned himself into a monster to find immortality. He experimented on humans, ate human flesh, drank human blood, and cast spells on himself to try and change his genes. As his wife, I couldn't stand his inhuman actions, so I imprisoned him here with a spell and had him die naturally. But I didn't expect that he still wouldn't die completely, even like this. I've said that I'm already immortal. No one can kill me. The skeleton tapped the ice around the lower half of his body. A melted hole appeared, but it wasn't very big. If he wanted to undo the ice entirely, he had to tap a few hundred times. Pamela, seal him in ice again. It looks like he can be freed really quickly. Do you think I can use spells so casually? That's Banshee's breath. I have to rest a few days to recover. Laurent looked around and found a rusty bat. Can I break him apart? He wasn't afraid now. Or rather, he felt excited from the fear. In a way, he was similar to Phalai. They were both afraid and curious of the unknown. His body contains a horrible curse. Every bit carries a fatal aura. Back when his body was rotting, the curse release caused a plague in this town. Are you sure you want to break him apart? Then, is there no solution at all? Yes. Find some strong witches to seal him entirely or destroy his soul. Can't you do that? I can't even stop him right now. Suddenly, the skeleton spat out some acidic liquid onto the ice. The ice melted even faster. Laurent and Asand immediately smelled the foul scent. No! Go out! But Pamela's warning was too late. Laurent and Asand felt their heads getting heavy and they couldn't keep their balance anymore. Laurent took out his phone and dialed with difficulty. But before he could say anything, the phone already fell onto the ground. Then he lost consciousness too. By now, most of the hard ice had melted. The skeleton applied pressure, and a huge chunk of ice disappeared. A few more times later, the skeleton was completely freed. Seems like you still can't stop me. The skeleton sauntered out of the basement. Jerry, you've already committed a huge sin and now you're dead. What more do you want? Pamela followed the skeleton. She couldn't stop him now. Of course, the skeleton couldn't do anything to her either. Since I've already attained immortality, then let me pursue life again. I'm filled with so many ideas right now. I'm filled with vigor again, and I have unlimited time to come back to life. No one can stop me this time. Jerry walked out of the house and discovered many evil spirits. They also discovered Jerry and came rushing over at him. So much food. Clack, clack. Jerry's upper and lower jaws smacked against each other crisply. I'm hungry. He opened his mouth and swallowed an evil spirit. It wasn't enough. He sucked in another one, and another. After 8 or 9 evil spirits were sucked in, they finally realized that this skeleton was terrifying and turned to run. This is a great place. Jerry was very spirited. He could feel that his magic power was replenished again. You pieces of trash, from now on, you must call me Skeleton King. Come to me and submit. Anyone who refuses will become my food. The surrounding evil spirits all looked at Jerry timidly. They could feel fear too. Jerry was much, much stronger and eviler than them. Pamela followed Jerry the entire time. Jerry, is it bad to stay here? Why do you have to do those evil things? You think I'm evil? I once thought that I could create a new era. If you didn't stop me, I might have succeeded already. Create a new era? With those cruel and evil human experiences of yours? Just then, a bright light appeared outside the neighborhood, along with the faint sound of brakes. A while later, a figure walked in. A living person? A living person has come? Pamela saw the newcomer. It really was Chen Zhao. I'm here to find Loran. Asan should be here too, right? Am I bothering you? Chen Zhao looked at Jerry and Pamela. I declare that you have the honor to become my first experiment. Me? Chen Zhao pointed at himself, and then at Jerry. Your experiment? Kid, run, Pamela said. You can't beat him. Isn't that just a skeleton thing? Chen Zhao pointed at Jerry. I've seen a bunch of those. I have a lot at home. Skeleton thing? Jerry cackled and he waved his arms. Fluorescent green specks started floating around. I'm the Skeleton King, Jerry. Kneel before your king. Snort. Skeleton King? What a dumb name. Pamela's expression turned serious. Don't touch the plague curse near him. Curse? Chen Zhao's mouth of gluttony was already open. He sucked in deeply. After the mouth of gluttony swallowed the curse nearby, Chen Zhao shuddered. The feeling that came from the mouth of gluttony was great. It tasted amazing. Swallowing all the curses will only make you die faster, but this is okay. I'm missing an infected body. You can act as my infected body. Go on. Go spread the plague in the city. Chapter 616 Pre-Battle Meeting. Chapter 616 Pre-Battle Meeting. Miss Pamela, Chen Zhao said. Has he read some 80s or 90s horror novel? His brain isn't normal? He's never been normal. Pamela complained surprisingly. Kid, I'm gonna tear you apart. Furious, Jerry lunged at Chen Zhao directly. Chen Zhao's right arm swelled and bit down on Jerry's left side. Chen Zhao had an eerie smile on his face. Your body tastes pretty good. Me? Tastes good? Crack. The mouth of gluttony already bit off half of Jerry's skeleton. He lost balance and fell to the ground. His bones were about to come loose. You! Why aren't you affected by the plague curse? Sorry, can you release some more? Chen Zhao stood before Jerry with a gentle smile. I didn't have enough. It's rare for me to eat such a delicious curse. Pamela was stunned. Was he eating the curses and Jerry like food? What kind of person was he? Whatever, it seems like it can't wait any longer. Chen Zhao's mouth of gluttony opened again, clamping down at Jerry. The surrounding evil spirits had all cleared out. They obviously didn't dare to appear before Chen Zhao anymore. Jerry was already scary enough to them. He ate the evil spirits as if they were food. But this man was even scarier. He ate Jerry as if he was food. This was the man who truly stood at the top of the food chain. Pamela, excuse me. Where are Laurent and Asand? Inside. They were cursed with the plague and are in danger now. Oh. Take me to them. When Qinzhao entered the basement, he saw Laurent and Asand on the ground. Their faces were green. Qinzhao used the mouth of gluttony to inhale at them. The green vapor floated out of the two. The mouth of gluttony sucked it all clean. Thank you, Pamela said. No problem. Oh, can you tell me what exactly happened? Pamela recounted everything from the start. Jerry, my husband, is a toxicologist. He was an idiot who wanted to strive for immortality. When I discovered his evil ways, I used magic to imprison him here and he starved to death. But the plague he released when he was about to die killed me and the hundreds of people in the neighborhood. I remained to guard him in case he woke up one day and continued his evil ways. It's solved, so I should go now. Okay. Oh, Laurent actually isn't bad. I refuse to accept that. Goodbye, Pamela. Achoo. I forgot again. Such a glutton. Should we attack? Maybe we can kill him. Maybe he already spent up his mana while fighting that skeleton and he's hiding in the room to rest now. Let's break in and kill him. I'll count to 3 and we'll break in. 3, 2, 1. The door suddenly opened. Qinzhao walked out with Laurent and Asand in each hand. His nose itched. The mouth of Glutton itched even more. Achoo! Boom! Pamela's yard and the house across the street were flattened instantly. A dozen evil spirits were ripped apart too. I feel much better after that sneeze. Qinzhao's mouth of Glutton had gone back to normal. He touched his nose. It was more comfortable too. Qinzhao didn't encounter more evil spirits along the way. No one dared to come forward. Ah! Laurent woke up with a start, and saw that he was in his own bed. I'm back? He touched his body. It was all normal. He rushed downstairs and saw Qinzhao sunbathing outside. Chen, you brought me back? The police called me. Honestly, you two are so old and one is confined to a wheelchair. Can't you two calm down? Running to the sea to drink. Were you tired of living and wanted to get buried in the sea? You mean Asand and I got drunk by the sea last night? No shit. You can't remember? My brain is in a mess right now. Qinzhao glanced at him. You two weren't quiet drunks. You kept screaming about seeing Pamela. Laurent's head was muddled and his thoughts grew disorganized. He didn't know what was true and not. Want some? To sober up. Laurent took the medicine and sipped it. His mind indeed cleared up a bit. But there were still many confusions that he couldn't resolve. Right then, Qinzhao's phone rang. Hi, West. What's wrong? President, we're planning the strategy right now. Would you like to come over? Fine. Qinzhao glanced at Laurent. I have to go out. Chapter 617 This is Mapleville? Chapter 617 This is Mapleville? None of you are willing? Qinzhao looked at everyone. President, you should think for me. Me too. Me too. I'm only a child. Everyone had great excuses and no one wanted to go. Qinzhao narrowed his eyes. Looking at them all, he said, Since none of you want to go, then all of you will go. Huh? All of us? One person might not be able to lure out all the evil spirits. If you 5 go, then you'll be able to lure out more. We'll die in there. Burr wailed. Be braver. Look at Moore. He's a kid but he's not afraid at all. Look how calm he is. Qinzhao pointed at 15-year-old Moore. President, I peed my pants. Moore lowered his red face, not daring to look at Qinzhao. President, won't this be too hard on them? West looked at Qinzhao. Then how about you go too? I support your decision fully. Qinzhao looked at Jolig. When can you get the stuff prepared? As long as there's enough material, I'll be able to finish tomorrow. Then we'll go tomorrow night. Tomorrow night? Won't it be too much of a hurry? What hurry? It's just one place, and you haven't had a result after many tries. How much longer do you want to drag it out for? Qin Zhao glared at them and left, cursing out loud. Everyone in the meeting room exchanged glances. No one spoke. Mr. West, Worcester said, upset. That president only knows how to talk. He never said what he would do. I think we should protest against him. Protest? How can we protest? You want to fight him? If you can beat him, then you can be the president. I can't do it by myself, but we can't let him rule over us and use his power like this. Worcester, how come you keep trying to get us to fight against the president these days? Jalanash looked at him coldly. What are you trying to do? What could I be trying to do? He's an outsider. What right does he have to order us around? If you're upset with him, you can go talk to him yourself. There's no need to keep provoking us. Okay, shut up. West hit the table. It's not the time for you to have internal conflicts. We're going to have an official mission tomorrow. This isn't just a scuffle on the fringe and leaving after killing some evil spirits. This time, we'll go deep into Mapleville. I need protective gear, Burr cried. I won't go without it. I need it too. Me too. Jalag, prepare 5 protective suits for them. Mr. West, if I have to prepare the protective gear and the weapons, I won't have time. I can stay to help, Worcester said. The next afternoon, Qin Zhao came to the meeting room again. Are you all ready? So what if we're not ready? Worcester muttered. It's not like you'll let us run away. Qin Zhao glanced at him. Right, did you prepare the financial records I want? They're ready. I'll bring them tomorrow, Worcester said. Inside, he thought, but you probably won't have the chance to see it anymore. Okay, Qin Zhao called. Let's go and get it over with. President, the rest of us don't have to go, right? Other than Aduz, everyone else has to go. Aduz was a regular person and only earned the salary of a regular security guard, so Qin Zhao allowed him to stay at the headquarters. Everyone else were spiritualists and supernatural people. No one earned the salary of a regular person, so now that they were needed, no one was allowed to shrink back. Technically, Burr, Moore, Morid, Jalanash, and Belia were fighters while West, Worcester, Padalu, Jalag, and Ingelite were support staff, but they actually had something they were best at. This supernatural organization was tiny, but they still divided it up in such detail. What a joke! So, Qin Zhao wanted all of them to participate in combat. It was like a mercenary group. Everyone had their specialties, but everyone had to pick up their guns in a fight. They were unwilling, but under Qin Zhao's pressure, they could only give in. President, this is the protective gear I prepared for you. Put it on. It has great magical defensive abilities and protects against the attacks from evil spirits too. West tried to kiss up to Qin Zhao. No need. Qin Zhao didn't like this type of gear. It stuck to his body and he couldn't move around comfortably. But it's dangerous. It's just a few evil spirits. What's so dangerous? It's not just a few evil spirits. Mr. West, since the president doesn't want it, why insist upon it? Worcester said pointedly. Qin Zhao glanced at him. This Worcester had been sarcastic the first day he got here. He was also the finance guy. Qin Zhao bet his name that he had some corruption problems. Everyone got into the organization's bus. It was probably the most expensive piece of property that the organization had. Qin Zhao got in and the bus started off soon. It smelled like mold and the seats all had a layer of dust. As the bus drove off, everyone's heart was pounding. They all knew how terrifying the evil spirit group in Mapleville was. Even more, they knew how dangerous this mission was. West got up from the back and took out a bottle of water from the box in the front. This is recovery potion. It can replenish a portion of your magic. Everyone take 1 bottle to use when needed. What, they even have recovery potion? How come it's like going to play some hidden level? President, this is yours. You're strong, so I prepared 2 for you. No need. Qin Zhao shook his head. The bus drove for half an hour and stopped outside Mapleville. Huh? Here? Chen Zhao was surprised. This was Mapleville? Wasn't this the place that he'd come twice in the past few days? Pamela's home was here. He thought it was some super scary place, but it was just this slum town. West went over to pull on Chen Zhao. President, we're here. Oh, coming. As soon as he got out of the bus, Wooster bumped into Chen Zhao. Something in his hands splashed onto Chen Zhao. What are you doing? He flicked at the liquid on him. It was odorless, but it felt sticky. Sorry, President. Wooster quickly apologized. I didn't see you get out. Chapter 618 Mission. Chapter 618 Mission. Chen Zhao looked at Wooster with annoyance. Are you blind? Sorry, President. Chen Zhao waved his hand. Whatever. Jala, go set up the trap. Yes, President. Jala deftly began burying bombs. These magic bombs were quite powerful. They were destructive for both regular people and spirits. After he finished with the trap, the sky started darkening. President, I finished setting up the trap. Okay. Go eat something good, and after you all finish eating, go in. Be careful. President, you're not going? I have to stay to control the trap. Someone has to stay. President, I can deactivate the bombs too, actually. I can too. Me too. I'm the president. I have to stay back because if the plan fails, I have to take care of the mess, Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. Have any of you seen the big boss at the start of the game? Everyone grumbled inwardly. Chen Zhao made it sound honorable, but it couldn't change the truth. He was scared. He wanted to shrink back like a turtle. Chen Zhao looked at the time. It was already past 7. Okay, go on in. President, I'll miss you. West latched onto Chen Zhao. Fuck off! Chen Zhao kicked him aside. By now, the sky was already dark. The entire Mapleville was pitch black. Everyone entered the neighborhood. Okay, West said. Everyone spread out and throw a flash bomb at a house and then run. Flash bombs were the best at infuriating a spirit. Not only were they useful against humans, they also worked for spirits. After the spirit lost vision temporarily, they'd regain their vision gradually and then become furious. But the process of them regaining their vision gave them enough time to escape. This was also part of their plan. Everyone match times, West said. 7:50. Be careful and keep in contact, West said. There's only one chance for the trap. We have to lure the spirits toward the trap at the same time and bomb them all at once. If there's too much time in between, then we'll still have to face a large number of evil spirits. Okay, we understand. West looked toward Burr. Burr, you're the slowest, so you take this area. It's the closest to the exit. If you don't have time, use your strength magic. More, you take that area. You can use your cloning to attract attention. West was quite experienced, so he assigned tasks for everyone. West, I think you should keep being the president, Wooster said. Instead of finding a coward who doesn't do anything. Everyone agreed now. West furrowed his brows. Okay, everyone has their own area. Spread out and start at 8 o'clock sharp. It's them again. Are they here to look for death? Pamela saw the supernatural organization through her window. She wasn't unfamiliar with them. Even though she hadn't interacted with them before, she knew that they'd come to Mapleville many times and fought with the evil spirits. However, they were just average. It was a feat if they could kill 1 or 2 evil spirits each time. They fled immediately if there were more. Tick, tick. When 8 o'clock arrived, Belia smashed something into the window. What's that? Boom! In an instant, the sharp light blinded Pamela. My eyes. I'm going to kill her. I'll kill that little bitch. Belia ran immediately. She went next door and threw another flash bomb. Howls came out of the house immediately. Similar scenes replayed in every corner of the neighborhood. Belia flew past one area and tossed a bomb into a dozen houses. With a whoosh, An aggressive evil spirit broke out of a house behind her. "Bitch, I'm gonna kill you!" This evil spirit was 2 or 3 times bigger than usual. He was like a small giant. Belia ran back in fear. While running, she yelled out, "I'm pretty much done luring. When can I run back?" "Belia, you're the deepest in. You can start back now." "I'm almost done too." Hearing West's words, Belia rounded a fountain and started running back. Suddenly, the evil spirit behind her caught up and clawed her back. Light flashed on her back. She rolled on the ground and then continued running. The defensive gear was quite effective, but it couldn't provide unlimited protection. Its effect weakened with each use. If that kind of attack happened again, the armor would probably lose effectiveness. Run! There was a large group of evil spirits behind Bertsu. There were even more than behind Belia. Old Burr tossed his cane away and ran for his life. As he ran, his body enlarged. Finally, he was like a small giant as he rushed toward the gates. At that time, the others caught up too. They also had a large group of evil spirits behind them. They weren't very strong, but they were all great at luring monsters. The evil spirits were grouped together now. They covered the sky and moon, howling and screaming. It was like the end of the world. These rookies had never seen anything like it before. Everyone was about to piss their pants. Suddenly, there was a pained scream. Evil spirits caught up to Moore's clone. It didn't even last a second before getting swallowed up. Worcester was the first to burst out of the entrance. Then there was a second, a third. They burst out of the trap area one after another. "President, hurry! Deactivate it." Qin Zhao looked around. There were 10 of them, all present. The next moment, Qin Zhao pressed the remote control. Kaboom! The dozen magic bombs were deactivated all at once. Fire, light, and shards flew into the sky, turning the surroundings into ruins. The explosions lasted for a full minute. Qin Zhao had never seen such brilliant fireworks before. Haha. Success. We succeeded. Everyone was extremely excited. They'd killed so many evil spirits. None of them could survive such an intense explosion. But when the fire died down, the evil spirits were still unharmed. Not a single one had died. Everyone's expressions froze. But the evil spirits actually started lunging at Qin Zhao. "Hurry! Let's run!" Worcester cried. "They're going for the president. We have time to run." Chapter 619 Nobody Can Leave Before Explaining. Chapter 619 Nobody Can Leave Before Explaining. "Don't move!" Qin Zhao yelled. He was livid. The entire plan was carried out perfectly, but the end result was so poor. Not a single evil spirit was killed in the intense explosion. This clearly wasn't normal. Qin Zhao's voice made all the members of the supernatural organization and evil spirits stop moving. They all turned around. The evil spirits actually stopped within a few meters of Qin Zhao. Worcester was getting impatient. Were they stupid? Hurry and kill that man. Qin Zhao looked at the supernatural organization. Whoever dares to move will die here today. The members discovered that the evil spirits closest to Qin Zhao actually took steps back. Worcester was even more impatient. There were so many of them. Why were they afraid of this man? And no one better think about escaping. Qin Zhao's eyes gleamed with evil light. No one! They discovered that the evil spirits actually had fearful expressions. Suddenly, a pained cry came from behind the 100-some evil spirits. One seemed to be grabbed in an invisible hand and dragged into the void. This scene was horrifying and unsettling to both the supernatural organization and evil spirits. I said no one is allowed to run without my permission. Whoever runs will die. Qin Zhao looked at the evil spirits. You can try if you think that I can't do anything just because you have an advantage in numbers. Then he looked at the supernatural organization. Everyone felt chills. Qin Zhao intimidated all the evil spirits by himself. No one dared to take a step forward or even run. I'd wanted to give you failures a chance. If you succeeded in this plan, I would help train you all, but you've disappointed me too much. Qin Zhao looked at the 10 members. Jalag, why were the magic bombs ineffective? Give me an explanation. If you can't explain, then I'll feed you to them tonight. I don't know. I made the bombs according to the standard ratio of gunpowder. They can't be ineffective, unless… Jalag suddenly looked at Worcester. Unless the material you gave me had problems. Bullshit. Don't blame me. What does this have to do with me? Worcester immediately yelled nervously. It's your own problem. Don't drag me into this. Qin Zhao glanced at Worcester and then at the evil spirits. Then, why did you all run toward me? Is it because I'm ugly? Asians don't fit my beauty standards. Some nameless evil spirit said that, and Qin Zhao's eyes shone with murderous intent. A few other evil spirits were affected too, dragged into the void by that invisible hand. Who can give me an answer? Qin Zhao yelled. Speak! Are you all mute now? Mr. Qin, let me answer your questions. Pamela knew that Qin Zhao was strong, but she didn't think he was this terrifying. She didn't even understand how Qin Zhao had killed those evil spirits. He didn't have any magic waves or even do anything, but those evil spirits were swallowed up. Okay, speak. You have an aura that's full of life, Pamela said. To the dead, that's the most luring smell. We were attracted by that, and that's why we all swarmed to you. Qin Zhao looked down at the part of his shirt that got wet from the liquid. He took off his shirt and tossed it to Pamela. Smell it. Is it this smell? Yes, this is it. Qin Zhao looked at Worcester. Seems like we have an answer now. Worcester turned to run, but someone stuck their leg out and tripped out. Who eats meat? Come out. A few evil spirits walked out and went to stand behind Qin Zhao. Everyone got chills and subconsciously moved away from Worcester. Worcester was on the ground. President. I messed up. Please forgive me. They didn't know how strong this new president was. But they knew that he was definitely more than 100 times scarier than the other presidents. Why did you do this? Qin Zhao looked at Worcester. Because you want to check the records. It suddenly dawned on everyone. No wonder he tried to provoke everyone whenever Qin Zhao wasn't here. It was just because Qin Zhao wanted to check the financial records. Did that mean that Worcester had stolen most of their budget? This infuriated everyone. Chapter 620 Relic. Chapter 620 Relic. West, when we go back, help me write up some rules. In the future, we'll do things according to the rules. The first one is to listen to the president's orders no matter what. Everyone was speechless. Did he have to be so blatant about giving himself more power? If he said so privately, they wouldn't have been able to do anything even if they found out. But now that he was saying it in public, they still didn't dare to say anything. But they felt depressed inside. What did it feel to have more than 100 evil spirits stuffed into a minibus? Even though spirits didn't have a tangible body, there were still 100 of them stuffed in there. It was still very terrifying. Is there room for us to keep so many evil spirits? We have money now, Wes said with flushed cheeks. We can move locations. Move? Did I agree? Qin Zhao glared at him. You want to move just because we have some money now. Do you think the organization is yours? Sorry, President. I didn't think carefully. It's okay this time. Next time, remember to report to me. Qin Zhao was sick of this area too. It was a complete insult to his status as the president. If anyone asked him who he was, and he said he was the supernatural organization's president, and they asked where he worked, it would be too embarrassing to say that it was some ghetto. President, do you have any requirements for the new headquarters? First, it has to be big. At least big enough for so many new members. There needs to be a kitchen, Jalanash added from the front seat. A shower room, Belia said. Everyone looked at her. They'd all seen Belia's strip, no war dance before. They shouldn't overthink. And a playground, Moore said. No, Chen Zhao said without hesitation. How old are you and you still want a playground? Reject, West said. We'll get you a seesaw at most. Okay. Notify me immediately after choosing the location for the new headquarters. Chen Zhao looked at Pamela. Pamela, you're an official member of the supernatural organization now. Help watch them for me. Remember to tell me if anyone causes trouble. Pamela was a spirit, but her abilities and knowledge of magic were definitely the highest of the group. If she became an official member, she could help manage the evil spirits too. These horrible evil spirits were as tame as lambs before Chen Zhao. But they might not be so obedient before the other members. Chen Zhao couldn't watch over them every day either. Thus, if Pamela watched them, no big problems would occur. Pamela had to agree and submit to Chen Zhao too. If she said no, Chen Zhao might plaster her to the wall. They didn't have a close relationship, after all. The ancient and weather-worn cave painting was made up of crude lines and paint, but the story that it recorded was true history. This relic seems to be worth the hike. The professor touched the painting with a gloved hand. Vanity wasn't very interested in the relic's paintings. This relic was half public. It wasn't fully public, but it didn't forbid exploration or research teams. Vanity walked deeper into the relic. Suddenly, a strange sound traveled out. It was like a child's laugh. This kind of relic obviously shouldn't have any children's voice. But Vanity heard it clearly. She didn't think that it was a hallucination. But when she turned around, she didn't see any child. The other team members were still taking pictures and studying the cave paintings. Vanity's eyes flickered and she looked back at the tunnel leading into the depths. From the information that she'd received, this relic had already been explored fully. Many other teams had come before. There weren't any forgotten corners at all. But with her professional senses, Vanity felt that there was a mysterious aura around here. Ring! Suddenly, Vanity's phone rang. The sudden ringtone shocked everyone in the relic. Vanity answered the call. Hello, is it Vanity? Yes, it's me. Professor Pitts wanted me to send some information to you. Can you give me your email? Sure. Where is Professor Pitts? He went out to sea. Sea? Why? Vanity was confused. She'd worked with Pitts for many years. Pitts had come to this relic before too and then kept egging her on to come to look. She might have some special discoveries. Now that she'd come, Pitts went out to sea. Didn't he hate going out to sea? Why did he go now? Sorry, I don't know either. I'm just his student, but Professor Pitts said that you'd understand. Understand? Understand what? Vanity was utterly confused. After she ended the call with Professor Pitts's student, she received the information sent to her. She opened it. How come it was all pictures of this relic? What was this for? Mr. Steelin, can you come here? Steelin was a very knowledgeable scholar on her team. A friend sent this to me. Can you help me see what it means? Steelin took her phone. They're pictures of here? Yes. This picture seems to be of that side. Steelin compared the relic to the pictures. It looks weird. More specifically, the painting inside it. What's weird? In Incan records they worship the sun and sky, so most of their paintings look up to the sky and sun. But look at this picture. Steelin pointed at the painting on the wall. This tall man is looking at the ground. Are there no Incan paintings looking at the ground? There are, but very rarely. Looking at the ground symbolizes death. If someone in the painting is looking at the ground, it means that he's about to die. I still don't understand what's strange about this. Why can't it symbolize death? Vanity, look at this row of paintings. This man is like a hero of a fairy tale. He accepted 3 missions, killed a hungry man-eating wolf, defeated a crocodile in the water, and the bear king of the forest. He's walking on the path of becoming king. The path symbolizes glory too. He should be looking up at the sky when he's becoming king. Incan kings wouldn't look down even up until death, but he's doing that when getting crowned. Then, what does that represent? Chapter 621 Rufford's Personal Record. Chapter 621 Rufford's Personal Record. Belief, Steelan said. This is an unusual ruler. He didn't believe in the sky or the sun. He believed in the earth and death. And then? The story ends here, Steelan said. Vanity turned in confusion. Earlier, she heard that child's laughter again. This made her feel that she was going crazy. She looked around. Leader! Leader! Huh? What? What's wrong? Are you okay? No, I'm fine. Vanity shook her head. Can you tell what the significance is of these pictures my friend has sent me? It should be the key point of this relic. What key point? After I came in, I sensed that this relic isn't complete. I suspect that a portion of it isn't here. I still don't understand. The relic was cut apart by someone and moved to another place. The wall paintings here actually point to where the other part is. Moved to another place? How can such a big relic be moved? Rather than move, you could say that it was built elsewhere, Steelan said. It's possibly due to the environment or political reasons at that time, making it impossible for the relic to be continued to be built. So the relic's owner changed location for some reason and continued to build the remaining parts. As for the reason, I don't know. Steelan paused before continuing. But judging from the various phenomena, your friend has already found the other half. He sent you an invitation. If you can decode it, then you'll qualify to explore more secrets of the relic with him. Chen, come walk with me, Laurent said. Go by yourself if you want to walk. Why do I have to go? We don't have that great of a relationship. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. I'm going back to Sacramento tomorrow. Oh, is Winnip back? Qin Zhao celebrated inside. This old bastard was finally leaving. He could have his two-person world with Fei Lai again. Suddenly, Qin Zhao felt like the world was sunny and fresh again. The entire world had become beautiful. I want to walk around Pamela's neighborhood again. Come with me. This old bastard was such a coward, so why did he insist on going there? Although, Mapleville wasn't dangerous anymore. No. Go by yourself? If you don't go with me, then I'll tell Fei Lai that you hit me. If you tell Fei Lai, then I'll tell Winnip that you're looking for your old lover. Laurent was furious. I'm so pissed. Why would Fei Lai fall for someone like you? I'm curious too as to how an asshole like you can make someone like Fei Lai. I'll go alone. Laurent left with Qin Zhao's keys. Qin Zhao picked up his phone. There was a notification. American athlete Rufford won first place at the Tokyo leg of the Diamond League for men's 100 with 9:59 seconds. This broke his personal record and also made him become the first contestant to break 9:6 seconds. The current world record holder is Usain Bolt, but compared to Bolt, Rufford still has a lot of room for improvement. Bolt is already 32 years old, while Rufford is still in his prime. He is still improving quickly. In the past year, he'd run under 9.7 seconds many times. In the last national championships, he'd run 9.6 seconds. This was his first time attending the Diamond League, and he'd outdone himself again. Will he be able to maintain this level in the second leg in London? Or surpass his own record or even the world record? Even though the world record of 9.58 seconds is already very hard to break, Rufford still has hope. Qin Zhao slapped his forehead. Rufford's Diamond League competition had already started. He remembered Rufford saying that the sixth leg of the race would be in New York on June 21st. He'd also promised Rufford to go watch the race. Qin Zhao called Board. Hey, Board. It's me. Ah, Mr. Chun? Can I help you? Is Rufford training? Yeah, he's training now. Where are you two? We're in London right now. We came early to get used to the track environment. Oh. Rufford's condition is pretty good recently, right? Very good, Mr. Chun. You saw the news of him winning Tokyo, right? Yeah, I saw it, Qin Zhao answered. Tell him that I'm happy about his current condition. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. The more successful Rufford was, the the more he earned. Rufford was starting to make money now. In the past 3 months, he signed 2 endorsements. One of the endorsements was $1 million. This price was still far from a true superstar's level, but it was a good sign for Qin Zhao. What was a superstar or a track runner? One race could create a superstar. It was the same in both America and China. If Rufford could break a world record, the media would naturally turn him into a god. This wasn't like basketball or soccer players who had to prove themselves with an entire season or more. A top athlete star would earn at least $10 million. In a luxurious manner. "I'm sorry, Mr. Tailist. I can't go to your party tonight, I'm sorry." "It's okay. I understand," Tailist answered politely. As soon as he hung up, another call came in. "Hi, Mr. Tailist. I'm sorry, I can't go to your party tonight." 20 minutes later, Taste was about to smash his phone down. 5 people who'd agreed to come to his party had declined the invitation in the past 20 minutes. He was a famous person, but now, it was like he was being excluded. Another call came in. It was his old friend. "Angus, you're not calling to say you won't attend my party tonight, right?" "Hey, Tailist, how did you know? Can you tell me why?" "I got Rasfa's invitation. You know that Rasfa is my enemy. You should support me." Tailist almost spat out blood in anger when he heard this answer. "Tailist, I would support you in business, but I heard that Rasfa's party has the legendary Purple Brew." "Purple Brew?" Chapter 622 Value. Chapter 622 Value. "What's Purple Brew?" Tailist asked in confusion. "You don't know?" Angus said. "It's the practically legendary wine." "Oh. I remember. Is it the magical wine that apparently saved all the elites at the Hilda Hotel last time?" "Yes." Tailist was even more pissed. Even though he and Rasfa were equals in the company, they still competed in terms of abilities, connections, and wealth. This time, his party was rejected by many guests, and they instead chose to attend Rasfa's party. This was a provocation or even a declaration of war to him. That night, Tailist discovered that practically no important guests had come. He was so furious that he smashed everything in his bedroom. It wasn't just a party. To upper-class elites like him, the guests at his party could reflect his identity and status. Like today, only some nobodies had come. This was like humiliation for him. It would be alright if 1 or 2 people didn't come. But practically no important guests had come today, so what would the 1 or 2 important ones think? They would think that Tailist's power had weakened and was abandoned by his allies. On the other hand, everyone running over to Rasfa was also a great blow to him. Parties were important for strengthening and expanding connections too. One party might not be able to represent anything, but what about 2, 3, or 4 times? Regular people would grow apart if they didn't meet for a long while, let alone interest groups. They also needed all sorts of gatherings and parties to maintain their relationships. Tailist called Angus again late at night. "Hi, Angus. It's me, Tailist." "Oh, Tailist, what's wrong? How's Rasfa's party? Do you want to hear the truth or lie?" "Truth, of course. It's an addictive wine. It's amazing." "You're saying that he drugged it?" No. It's completely the wine's own attraction. It's hard to describe. I've never drunk such a mesmerizing wine. It's filled with fantasies and it has a faraway and exotic taste that makes me..." As Angus started talking about the Purple Brew, he started rambling endlessly. Angus grew even more furious. "Enough! I don't want to hear your bullshit. Why are you yelling at me?" Tailist realized that he'd lost his temper. Angus was his important ally in the company. The man was the 3rd largest shareholder in the company. Tailist was able to compete with Rasfa in the company due to the support of Angus and other shareholders. They didn't have a vertical relationship. He didn't want to lose this ally due to this. "Sorry, Angus. Is that wine really so tempting? Can it make people lose their minds?" "No, it's the opposite. It can make you more clear-headed. It's just so magical. Angus started rambling again. He could feel Taylor's feelings too. To be honest, if Rasfa provides this wine again and you hold a party too, I'll choose him too. Sorry. This isn't about interests. The wine is just unforgettable. Taylist wasn't stupid. If Angus kept attending Rasfa's party, who could be sure that he wouldn't lean towards Rasfa? Do you know the wine's background? No. I asked him too, but Rasfa wouldn't answer. The others answer vaguely too. They say that it's from an Asian winery clan. That damn Scrooge! Taylist growled through clenched teeth. Is there any way to get information about the wine from him? I can't. He's really guarded against me, as you know. Soon, there was a trending line among the wealthy of L.A. Don't hold a party without purple brew, or else it'll be very boring. It was an incredibly proud thing to be able to host a party with purple brew, even if each person could only get one glass. Rasfa's friend pulled on him with a livid expression. Rasfa, you've already thrown 3 parties. Each time you say you ran out of purple brew, but then you can take 1 bottle out for the guests. You're obviously lying to me. Nelson had come to all 3 parties and drunk 3 glasses. But he grew even more obsessed. Each time, he would pull on Rasfa and try to get information about the purple brew. Or try to get the actual wine. But Rasfa kept his lips sealed about the purple brew and any information. Nelson wished he could tie Rasfa up and pry his mouth open. Yesterday, Nelson also held a party, but he discovered that many guests were a bit disappointed. One friend even asked why he didn't have purple brew. Nelson almost exploded. Why didn't he have purple brew? Didn't they know how precious that wine was? Nelson didn't lack money. His company's total value was 20 times that of Rasfa. He also had a small portion of the film industry. But Rasfa, someone who worked in entertainment, had something that he didn't. This was an insult to Nelson. Nelson, I got this bottle today and I hurriedly called everyone here to taste it. Doesn't this show my sincerity? Being invited to taste the purple brew was completely different from having one's own bottle and inviting friends to taste it. Rasfa, just tell me. What price are you willing to sell it for? Nelson, I really don't have any more. I heard that your company will screen a movie in July. I can help you at least 500 theaters. Rasfa arched an eyebrow. Stephen's new movie was airing in July. But Stephen also came to complain that there wasn't enough time and there weren't many theaters. Nelson, I'll try my best to get you a bottle. How long will it take? I can't promise you. You don't have any in your house? You can search me. If you find one, I'll give it to you for free. I'm hosting an important guest in 3 days. I hope I can get a bottle by then. Any price is fine. You know that I don't care about money. Chapter 623 Winnip's Call. Chapter 623 Winnip's Call. Ding! $2 million have been transferred to your account 45 *****. Your current balance is $3,922,441. 15. If you asked Qin Zhao what was the best thing in the world, it would be watching his current balance keep raising while he was saving up money. He picked up his phone and kissed the screen. It was close to $4 million in savings. He counted as a rich person now, right? Of course, the happiest thing was that Laurent finally scrammed. Finally, no one would disturb his 2-person world with Fei Lai. Just then, Rasfa called. Chun, did you get the transfer? Yes, thank you, Rasfa. Ha! You gained money and I gained connections. In the end, I gained without giving anything. I got a lot just with the purple brew. Qin Zhao knew that, in this world of interests, one had to pay to make money. He couldn't make Rasfa promote the wine without doing anything. Of course, he could, but it would cost feelings. He would have to pay that back too. No one was required to pay or sacrifice for someone else. If Qin Zhao relied on his own connections, he mostly only knew regular people. Even though he had Risfar and Dell, he couldn't sell them wine every day. Dell was rich, but he couldn't take all those expenses either. As for Risfar, it was the same. It would affect their relationship if he sold his own stuff to them for such a high cost. After ending the call with Rasva, Zola's call came in. Zola, did you discuss it with your dad to call right after him? You were talking with Rasva? No wonder I couldn't get through. Is something wrong? I can't call you just because I want to? Sure, of course. Can you lend me Princess for a few days? Zola asked. See, you do need something, Chen Zhao teased. Will you lend me her or not? If you need Princess, you can come and take her the day of and return her the day of too. Why do you need her for a few days? Actually, I need to go to New York. Oh? When? June 20th to 25th, Zola said. My brand is opening up a new business in New York. There's a fashion show. I'm going to New York on June 21st too. Oh? It would be even better if you can come. No. I won't go to the fashion show. It's too repressive to Feilai and I. Fine. Zola was slightly disappointed. What are you doing in New York? Going to see the New York leg of the Diamond League race. You like track? No, my friend is competing. Oh. How about we go to New York together? Sure, but how will we transport Princess? She doesn't like to be in a cage. We'll just borrow Rasva's private jet, Zola said. Oh, I'll have Triss, Nat, and Cooper go over to you in a few days. They'll call when they go. This isn't necessary, right? Feilai and I don't need clothes. You're overthinking. It's for Princess, not you. She's going to take part in the fashion show, so she obviously needs her own tailored outfit. Oh, yeah? Chen Zhao really did think too much. But he had to admit that Triss, Nat, and Cooper were talented in fashion design. Even though his and Feilai's clothes had been hanging in the closet ever since that day, both the suit and gown were very beautiful. Chen Zhao was quite bored these days. But he didn't think he would get Winnip's call. Chen, are you busy? No, Winnip. How are you? Laurent came back. He said a lot of bad things about you. Ha! Laurent loves joking around. Winnip knew that Chen Zhao and Laurent didn't have a good relationship. Of course, she wouldn't go ask about them either. Chen, the wine that you had Laurent bring back is great. If you like it, then I'll send you 2 bottles the next time I produce more. Have you thought about selling the wine in my supermarket? No, Chen Zhao said honestly. What kind of place was a supermarket? It had a small profit but a quick turnover rate. There were some luxury items, but the highest price was only a few $10,000. How could he sell $1 million wine there? Chen Zhao wasn't crazy. Maybe Winnip didn't know the price yet. Shen, I know what you're worried about. Winnip, are you sure you know the cost? I saw the news. Plus, I have friends in the upper class of L.A. too. I know what the value of the purple brew is to them. But you still want to. I considered 3 points. First, this allows regular people to learn about the purple brew. Even if they don't get a chance to taste it, if you put it in my supermarket, they'll be able to see the bottle and produce many fantasies about it. Second, it'll obviously attract more customers. Third, it's the most direct benefit. You'll supply my supermarket a collector's edition of the purple brew and set a price that no wealthy person would buy. This would produce an even bigger uproar. Chen Zhao considered it. You said to set a price that no wealthy person would buy. What price is that? $99,999,999. $100 million! No wonder Winnip said no one would buy it. Even people he knew, like Rasva or his own mother, wouldn't pay for that. Instead of something to be sold, it was more like an artifact. But then, Chen Zhao got another idea. What if he combined the purple brew with the Spring of Youth? Would that combined effect qualify for that number? He could try the effect first. Winnip, I can't give you an answer now. I have to modify the wine. I can't just change the label and multiply the price. Chin, no one will buy it anyway. But what if someone does? What if the customer finds out that the collector's edition is the same as regular purple brew? This isn't a regular name brand bag. This is $100 million. If someone really bought it, it would be a huge blow to your supermarket and the purple brew. I don't want to take this risk. Fine, but are you sure you can raise the value of the purple brew 10 times higher? Chapter 624 Wine Worth $100 million. Chapter 624 Wine Worth $100 million. Qin Zhao went straight into the river map. Old Turtle, take out the oldest wine. Old Turtle looked at him. The 100-year wine? Even you probably can't take it. Qin Zhao only used 10-year brews now. Wine that was put here for 10 days were basically all 10-year brews. For regular people, 10-year brews could make one shed tears. But it wasn't very effective for people with magic. Last time, Qin Zhao took a sip of a 50-year brew and slept for 20 full days in the river map. Regular people didn't have to drink it. They could get drunk with just a whiff. As for the 100-year brew, Qin Zhao wasn't sure what would happen if a regular person took a sip. They wouldn't die though. Plus, the spiritual qi in the wine was very beneficial for the body. Old Turtle took out a bottle of 100-year brew and placed it before him. Qin Zhao didn't even drink it. Just smelling the fragrance made him feel like he was floating. It wasn't like getting drunk. He felt truly awake and clear-headed. The moment he opened the lid, the fragrance poured out like a fountain. Qin Zhao grew dizzy and fell to the ground, asleep. Hey, wake up! After a while, Qin Zhao was woken up by Old Turtle. How long did I sleep for? How many days? If you want to sleep, go outside. Old Turtle said. Don't sleep here. Qin Zhao pursed his lips. After waking up, he felt refreshed but also like he didn't sleep enough. If Old Turtle hadn't woken him up, he could probably sleep for another month. Old Turtle, put in a drop of this. Qin Zhao took out a few drops of the Spring of Youth and placed it on the lid. Then he ran 100 meters away so he wouldn't get affected by the wine again. Do you have to run so far away? Old Turtle looked at the Spring of Youth on the lid. Hey, this combined the essence of the mountain and shine of the sun and moon. It's quite a nice treasure. With that, the Old Turtle opened the 100-year wine. Even though Qin Zhao was 100 meters away, he could still smell the heavy fragrance. He started getting dizzy and had to run back some more. But after Old Turtle added in the Spring of Youth, a gust of almost tangible spiritual qi poured out. Great wine, great wine. Old Turtle poured the wine into his mouth. Qin Zhao was in pain. That was the Spring of Youth. He'd already used up a lot and only 1/3 was left. Old Turtle drank it all in one gulp. He smacked his lips. This wine is indeed incredible, but a mortal can't drink it. What will happen if they do? Their spirit will be washed clean by the spiritual qi and become an empty shell. Qin Zhao was shocked. That serious? Yeah. What did you pour in earlier? Spring of Youth. The Spring of Youth is quite effective, but you can't mix it with 100-year wine. Old Turtle said. Even you can't drink it, let alone regular people. Then what can I do if I want to improve the wine's quality but still have regular people accept it? Easy. Old Turtle took out another internal alchemy stone. He didn't know how many house-sized internal alchemies he actually had. He scraped the thing, creating a layer of powder. He mixed it into the wine and shook it. Now, add another drop of Spring of Youth. Old Turtle added in a drop. Done. That's it. What more do you want? Old Turtle rolled his eyes. This wine is the best thing in the world for most people who are in a slump. If you use it often, it can nourish your body. You won't age and a regular person's ailments will all disappear. There are no side effects other than sleeping for 3 days and nights. Qin Zhao took a sip of the 100-year wine. He started swaying, but it didn't hit as hard as the wine earlier. The wine was quite intense, but it was still acceptable. Why did it weaken after you put in the internal alchemy stone? The spiritual qi in the wine was absorbed by my internal alchemy stone, so it won't affect the body. After you drink it, the internal alchemy powder will nourish your body, so it's like magical wine to regular people. Old Turtle got a segment of purple bamboo and poured all the wine into it. Purple bamboo can repel demons. It's also a treasure. Qin Zhao felt that this was enough. To be honest, he hoped it could sell, even though he knew that it was impossible and just a daydream. Suddenly, Qin Zhao had an idea. How about we call it Daydream? Not bad, quite interesting. Old Turtle's finger moved and he carved some ancient-looking words onto the bamboo, purple bamboo, Daydream. After exiting the river map, Qin Zhao called Winnip. Winnip, have Kareem, Kane, and Howard come to L.A. and take the wine I made back. Qin Zhao didn't dare to ship the wine to Sacramento. If anything happened along the way, he would cry. Is there something special about it? It's good for your health, Qin Zhao answered simply. He didn't dare to tell Winnip directly. If Winnip herself was tempted and wanted it, Qin Zhao wouldn't be able to supply her. After all, it contained the spring of youth. Okay, I'll have them three go to L.A. After Qin Zhao hung up, West came to his house without warning again. Qin Zhao came out of the door. How come you're here again? President, we've decided on a location for the new office for the supernatural organization. Please come take a look. Okay, let's go. Qin Zhao got into West's car and he drove Qin Zhao to the suburbs. It's this far from the city? President, we have more than 100 evil spirits now. It's inconvenient to stay in the city. Okay, that makes sense. After driving for more than an hour, a forest appeared. Qin Zhao frowned. This far? We're almost there. As soon as he spoke, Qin Zhao saw a huge gray building deep within the woods. The building looked quite old. It was like the foreign buildings in Shanghai from the 1920s or 30s. President, this is our office from now on. What do you think? How much is the rent? Rent? President, I bought this place. Chapter 625 Our Own Standards. Chapter 625 Our Own Standards. You bought it? How much did you spend? $400,000. West shrunk back, voice turning smaller. He spent $400,000 to buy this ancient thing? Qin Zhao was speechless. Glancing at West, he said, You already signed the contract? Can you destroy it? How about we send some evil spirits to terrorize the seller? President, we're a legit government department. Fine. Qin Zhao's heart felt dead. President, there are a lot of caves in the mountain behind it, West explained. It can act as a residency for the evil spirits. They can help train our members and also participate in our future missions. Fine. Qin Zhao was annoyed. His plan to get himself a pretty office was ruined now. This place is really big. Not only did we buy the land, but the forest belongs to us now too. We can build more infrastructure here. Where's the money? President, we succeeded in Mapleville, so we'll get this year's funds within 10 days. How much? $500,000. How come it's only $500,000? Didn't you say we get a few $1,000,000 each year? The funds are given per season. Then, won't they compensate us for the missing funds from before? President, you're overthinking. Let's go take a look. Qin Zhao took in the headquarters. Even though the building was old, it was quite big and had quite a lot of rooms. There was a big yard in the back. A group of people were practicing magic there. Ugh, how about no? Qin Zhao felt annoyed when looking at his subordinates. I think that we should find our own profitable business, Qin Zhao said seriously. Such as? Such as licensing or something. We can evaluate supernatural figures and charge them for it. Huh? What? Is my suggestion bad? Qin Zhao glared at West. West forced himself to look at Qin Zhao. Good, it's obviously good, but we don't have any standards. Then, create a standard now. President, are you serious? Yeah, do I seem not serious? No one had ever evaluated supernatural figures. West found it weird. Plus, their committee wasn't a really authoritative organization either. How could they rate others? Jalad, come here. President, you're calling for me? Can you make a tool for measuring magic? Huh? What? Can you or not? Jolig thought about it and said, Technically I can, but I've never tried it before. Then try it. I need material, Jolig said, looking at Qinzhao. Take whatever you need from the warehouse. If you can't find it, have West buy it. Sensory rockwood. Why do you need sensory rockwood? That thing's expensive. West immediately showed his stingy side. It can sense magic. If I use that and connect it with some circuits, I can create the simplest tool for measuring magic. Do we have any in the warehouse? Qinzhao asked. Yes. Take it out. West unwillingly took out a thing that looked like wood and rock but also like neither. It was the size of a fist. It was gray and pitted all over. Jolig took the sensory rockwood and started creating the magic tester. He needed some more material too. Qinzhao and West just looked on from the side. They didn't know what Jolig was messing around with. Finally, after half an hour of work, a crude magic tester was completed. It was like a scale but with an extra sensory rockwood ball. It also had a dashboard. President Mr. West, it's done. Do you want to try? How does it work? Put your hands on the ball. The sensory rockwood can sense the user's magic. West walked over and held the ball. The needle on the dashboard started jumping. But there were only tick marks and no numbers. Why aren't there any numbers? President, I don't know the standard for measuring magic. We'll set our own standard, Qinzhao said. Call the others over. We'll discuss it together. West saw that Qinzhao seemed to be pretty serious. He didn't look like he was joking at all. After everyone gathered over, West explained to them. Qinzhao suddenly thought of something. Aduz is a normal person. Does he have magic? Everyone looked at him. He felt speechless. I can have magic, right? Come try. Aduz held the ball with both hands and the needle moved slightly. Regular people have magic too, but it's very weak. How about we use Aduz magic as the standards one? Qinzhao suggested. No one had objections. Qinzhao was right, no matter what. Everyone was quite interested too. They wanted to know what level they belonged to with their skills. Jolig made some slight changes to the tool and quantified it. Finally, after the second revision, Mana Tester 1.0 was officially complete. Aduz's measurement was 1. He would also be the standard. The full name of the quantified magic value was Aduz Standard Mana 1. Who'll try first? Qinzhao looked at everyone. I'll go first, Jalinash said. She walked forward and held the ball. The needle shot up instantly and finally stopped at 75. Jalinash looked around. She wasn't sure if her mana was high or low. Belia was second. Her mana was 95. Jalinash wasn't happy. Someone had higher mana than her. However, Belia wasn't a fighter and her combat abilities weren't as high as her, so she could manage to accept this. Third was the old man Burr. His mana was 102. Jalinash's face darkened, but okay. He was old, so it was normal that he had higher mana. Fourth to test was Moore. His mana was 74. Fifth was Morid. His mana was 76. West 85. Jolig 58. Padalu 40. Engelit 99. Aduz 1. Jalinash was unhappy. She realized that her mana was only second tier. But now, everyone looked at Qinzhao. Chapter 626 Mana Classes. Chapter 626 Mana Classes. Qinzhao glanced at everyone and held the sphere with his left hand. The pointer shot up at once. It stopped at 205. The party was somewhat bewildered. They thought that Qinzhao's mana would be significantly higher than them. But 205 was lower than what they had expected. Why is it only 205? Weird. Qinzhao's combat power was unquestionably much higher than theirs. But his mana was not. President, try using both hands? After thinking, Chen Zhao put his right hand there too. Immediately, the pointer jumped and reached the limit of 500. Everyone was wowed. Indeed, Chen Zhao was much more powerful than them. President, I'll modify it again. That's not urgent. Since we can obtain a precise value for our mana, we can now come out with a grading system, Chen Zhao said. Then we'll produce certificates or badges that show which classes we're in. Let's have 5 classes A, B, C, D, E, West suggested at once. Those below 100 mana will be in the lowest class E. For every 100 mana increase, the class will increase by 1. The president is of course in class A. In this case, apart from Chen Zhao, only Burr would be in class D. Everyone else in the supernatural organization would be class E. Nobody minded, but Jalanash was very displeased. She had always viewed herself as being superior, but in the end, she was in the lowest class like the others. Sounds great. Let's do that. Chen Zhao did not mind too. He just wanted a standard, any standard. How should we indicate that? Using cards? West asked. No. If we use cards, when spiritualists meet next time, they won't be able to see each other's identity and class directly. Do you want them to take out their cards and be like, "Hi, I'm a Class D spiritualist. Hi, I'm a Class B spiritualist. Nice to meet you." Don't you think that's too awkward? Then how? Brooches? Isn't that awkward too? Rings, Chen Zhao said. Rings? If we use ordinary metal, it'll affect the release of magical power, but it's too expensive to use magic metal. Chen Zhao had an idea. He had many raw materials from hell. Chen Zhao immediately took out a dozen different metals from hell. Everyone was clearly surprised by the sudden appearance of the items. They had no idea where Chen Zhao had hidden them. Take a look. Which of these can be used to make rings that won't handicap spiritualists? That's so many magic metals. What are those? I've never heard of them before. Jalag and Padilla had some understanding of magic materials, but they had never heard of the materials that Chen Zhao had just taken out. Don't worry about where I've gotten them from, Chen Zhao said lightly. Take it as my contribution to the organization. Since Chen Zhao became the president, he had basically not contributed anything. It was his first contribution to the organization. Anyway, he would not really have an opportunity to use these magic metals. He might as well donate them here. President, can we use these metals whenever we like? Jalag stared at Chen Zhao, his eyes glittering. Many of them can be used to craft magic weapons. Sure. Ask West for approval first. President, if someone wants a class assessment, how much do we charge them? Flat rate, $1,000. We'll also give them a corresponding ring. Will anyone come for a class assessment? Dunno. Go and advertise it, Chen Zhao said casually. He did not have to do anything himself anyway. It was like how a boss issued a casual order and the workers could work to death because of it. West seemed upset. What could he do, given that Chen Zhao was the president? Moreover, he was the one who had invited Chen Zhao here. Also, give those evil spirits some class assessment too. The supernatural organization had been organizing their HQ these few days. Jalag had also been improving the mana tester. He increased the limit of the tester. Chen Zhao's right arm had a mana of 615. When Chen Zhao put both of his hands on it, the reading was 754. Of course, the strength of one's magical power was not the sole indicator of one's combat power. An example would be Jalanash. She was in Class E with 75 mana, which was mediocre in the organization. But her combat power was really outstanding among all the members. Also, Burr was the only Class D member. But he was only a 10-second man. After 10 seconds he would become a burden. Moreover, he would habitually sell the wine before its time. Sometimes he might be done in 3 seconds. Chen, I have an ordinary client for you. 10,000. Now, Ethan would only give Chen Zhao clients whose pay was over 10,000. It was not little. In fact, most people could not earn 10,000 a month. Qin Zhao had also passed the times when he needed to expand his social circle and increase his reputation. After receiving the address, he went straight to the client's house. It was an apartment. The location was pretty good, so the client must be rich. When Qin Zhao reached, he knocked on the door. A man in colorful clothing and heavy makeup opened the door. Are you the one who needs a doctor? Yes. You're the doctor? The man studied Qin Zhao with some contempt. Then, he continued in an odd tone. Come in. The man turned around and walked off, wiggling his hips. Qin Zhao rubbed his forehead. Qin Zhao was not really homophobic. For example, Robio was positive and upright. It was hard to dislike him. However, Qin Zhao could not accept someone with such an attitude and appearance. While the man had the right to dress up however he liked, people had to socialize. Qin Zhao just found it distasteful. Qin Zhao entered the house and realized that it was rather messy. Cloths and drawings were scattered all over the place. On the few workbenches lying in the living room, there were many unfinished pieces of clothes. All the things here are very expensive. You better watch yourself, he said. Qin Zhao scanned the place but did not find anything that looked valuable. How may I help you? Qin Zhao asked. The man removed his hat. Qin Zhao covered his mouth and almost burst into laughter. The man looked fashionable, but he was actually bald. Chapter 627 I Will Ruin Your Reputation. Chapter 627 I Will Ruin Your Reputation. The guy didn't look happy. Don't laugh. Qin Zhao pursed his lips. Laughing at a patient was indeed impolite. But this kind of style clash made it hard for Qin Zhao to keep it in. He squeezed his nose, trying to suppress the urge to laugh. My hair keeps falling over the past few days, the guy said. Qin Zhao had him sit down and did a checkup. Does your father suffer from hair loss? Qin Zhao asked. It could be genetic and only pass through the men. No, the guy answered. He sounded annoyed and had a frustrated tone. Qin Zhao held a hand to the guy's forehead and looked around. What have you been eating recently? Nothing special. You probably have testosterone oversecretion, Qin Zhao said. I'll make a diet list for you. Eating according to the list can help recover your hair loss damage. I need to go back to the normal volume as soon as possible. You already lost hair. It won't grow back quickly unless you get a transplant. I heard that you're the best. I need the best service. But in the end, you're just a sham. Qin Zhao frowned. This baldy was just looking for disappointment. Any normal person knew that, even if balding could be cured, hair couldn't grow back quickly. If he discovered the problem earlier, Qin Zhao could help curb the situation. But he was powerless against hair that had already been lost. He could only perform recovery treatment, mainly by changing the patient's dietary habits and reduce testosterone secretion. The man's body had to recover from the damaged hair follicles before new ones could grow out. If you think I'm unable to solve your problem, then I'll take my leave. Did I say you could leave? The guy looked at Qin Zhao. If you don't want your reputation ruined, you better stay here. I'd like to see how you'll ruin my reputation. Qin Zhao scoffed and went toward the door. Just then, the guy rushed over, blocking his path. I suspect you're a thief. Thief? Do you have anything worth stealing? Qin Zhao glanced at him. I have the original material for producing high fashion. If I say I lost it, then I lost it. The guy looked at Qin Zhao and touched his chest. Stay the night with me and I'll pretend this nothing happened. Otherwise, I'll make it impossible for you to stay in L.A. Qin Zhao knew that some people were perverted, but he didn't think that he would meet one and get sexually harassed. Crack. Fuck. Qin Zhao slapped the man. Stay away from me. He never imagined that he would get sexually harassed one day. But as soon as he went downstairs, he saw a few policemen walk toward him. Chen, it's you? David looked at him in surprise. Sharon was beside him. What do you mean? You're here for me? We received a call that someone broke into a designer's home and hurt him. Just then, the elevator behind them opened. The guy rushed out, holding his face. Officer, arrest him, arrest him. He robbed me and hit me. I need an ambulance, I need an ambulance. I need to get my injuries recorded. David looked at Qin Zhao. He could only extend his hands. What could he do? He couldn't attack the police, right? David handcuffed Qin Zhao and took him to the police car. Chen, what exactly happened? Qin Zhao was annoyed. You know what I do. I want to give him treatment, but he wanted me to stay the night with him, or else he would defame me. I slapped him. So is this troublesome? David obviously trusted Qin Zhao. Don't worry. It's not troublesome. Someone like him must have done this before. We'll just need to look at the past records and it'll be easy to get things clear. He won't dare to go to court either. After all, this is a completely unplanned trick. Qin Zhao didn't need to explain too much with David. He'd already learned from Kate what Qin Zhao had done for him. To take revenge, Qin Zhao had destroyed an entire criminal group. Just this made it worth it to help Qin Zhao no matter what. As for saying Qin Zhao broke in to steal, it was nonsense. David knew that Qin Zhao had a high personal worth. It was obviously impossible for him to go rob someone in broad daylight. Qin Zhao wasn't worried that he would get sued. He was just unhappy. He was harassed by a pervert, and then framed. At the police station, Sharon started laughing at Qin Zhao. Qin, I didn't think you'd end up like this one day, getting handcuffed by David. She didn't believe that Qin Zhao would rob someone either. She didn't like Qin Zhao, but it was mostly due to his frivolous actions. A while later, the guy came out of the confession room. His face was wrapped in gauze. Seeing Qin Zhao, his eyes filled with hatred. He sat before Qin Zhao. Chinaman, I told you that I'll ruin your name and make it impossible for you to survive in L.A. Just then, Wright came. Qin Zhao was a professor at UCLA, so the police would notify her if something happened. Who did you say you'd ruin the name of? And who are you? The guy looked up at Wright. He was unsure at the sharp aura. I'm the president of UCLA, Wright said powerfully. All the professors and students of the law school and the lawyers and judges graduated from the school are ready now. Are you ready? The guy's expression stiffened. It felt like he'd run into a beehive. Wright slapped the table. I'll dig out all the secrets of your entire family, how many people you've fucked before, and if you've had sex with underage minors. I'll find it all. Then she added, oh, and the length of your dick. The guy opened his mouth. Qin Zhao and Sharon were both stunned by Wright's powerful opening. Perhaps you want to experience the atmosphere of the highest court, Wright said. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. The guy's face was gray. He didn't think that framing Qin Zhao would make the principal of UCLA pop out. Just then, another person came in. Kate walked in. Hi, Qin. Hi, Kate. He wants to sue you. Chapter 628 Displeased. Chapter 628 Displeased. David told you about it? Qin Zhao was surprised by Kate's arrival. Kate looked at the sissy. Perhaps you don't know me, but I can introduce myself. I'm the chief reporter of the L.A. Daily News. I have 30 freelance reporters under me. If you contact any minor, I can turn it into child sexual abuse. Qin Zhao felt like he had become a vicious bully. In the end, the sissy cancelled the accusation and escaped with his tail between his legs. But this did not mean that they had buried the hatchet. Qin Zhao had really been disgusted. If they had made any peace, it was only legally. Qin Zhao was no longer his old self, who would keep quiet and pretend that nothing had happened after being bullied. Had he not known so many people, he might actually have to go to court. Regardless of whether he would be sentenced, it would be an unpleasant experience. David and Kate walked Qin Zhao out of the police station with teasing smiles. Qin, to be honest, being harassed by a pervert is a special experience in life. Exactly. Look, David's never been harassed before. Are you still my friends? Chen Zhao was upset. I'm leaving. Let me drive you home, David invited. Forget it. I'll get a cab, before you have another chance to mock me. Since David got injured last time, his relationship with Kate had been improving. Chen Zhao was pretty glad. At least he did not have to worry about them suddenly breaking up. Once Chen Zhao returned home, Fei Lai came to comfort him. Fei Lai, why do you know about this too? David told me. Fei Lai was the last person Chen Zhao would tell the incident to. It was simply embarrassing. He was harassed by a sissy and then arrested by the police. Fine, Fei Lai just wanted to comfort Chen Zhao. But very soon, the atmosphere changed. Because even she found it hilarious. Chen, don't be sad. At least this proves your charm. You can even attract men. Chen Zhao pulled Fei Lai and did it with her on the spot. Fei Lai, do you want to go to New York on the 21st of June? Haven't you just been there? The Diamond League has a track and field competition in New York on the 21st of June. Rufford is taking part. Fei Lai had seen Rufford before, but they were not close. On Leonardo's birthday at that time, Chen Zhao had brought them to watch Rufford's competition. After the match, Rufford had a short conversation with Chen Zhao's friends. However, they had not contacted each other since then. Fei Lai remembered Rufford, because she knew that Chen Zhao had been investing in him. When Chen Zhao went to New York last time, she did not go with him. But she wanted to. After all, she had never been there. I'll see. I don't know if Robio will approve my leave application. It's already been 4 months since you last took leave. You've even been working overtime on weekends. I think it's reasonable for you to take some leave. Actually, it's not Robio's fault. It's summer now. There have been many tourists on the beach. Also, I plan to bring all the pets there this time. I can't take care of them by myself, Chen Zhao said. Since he returned from New York, Samuel had been throwing tantrums. As the most prosperous city in the world, New York was the most featured city in Hollywood movies, especially disaster films. It was as if a disaster would be significantly less catastrophic if it did not involve New York. Chen Zhao suspected that Samuel was planning to start world destruction with New York. Black Ma and White Ma had also been complaining about why Chen Zhao had only brought Blackie there. In fact, Chen Zhao did not even enjoy his last trip. He could not play with Yura and Cheryl around. I'll try. No, you have to. We've never been to another place together. Does Sacramento not count? Of course not. Fine, fine. With Fei Lai's promise, Chen Zhao could finally hug her and sleep in peace. Early the next day, Chen Zhao received a call from Kareem. Chen, we've arrived in L.A. Great. Come here yourself. Chen Zhao looked at the time. It was only 6 in the morning. Why did they call him this early? When was their flight? Brighton, what happened to your face? Don't remind me. I met a barbarian. If he wasn't pitiful, I would have sent him to jail. Brighton still had gauze on his face. Can you still work today? We're going to see an important client later. If you still feel unwell, you can rest at home, Nat said. Don't worry. It won't affect work. Brighton had just become Nat's assistant designer. Since the client was important, Brighton did not want to be absent. Then cheer up. Cooper and Triss are going too. Don't embarrass me there. Hearing that Cooper and Triss would be going too, Brighton was energized. Who's the client? Triss, Cooper, and Nat were the 3 lead designers for Baroness. Usually, a celebrity could only meet one of them. In addition, the client would come to their place, not the other way round. This time, the designers were actually going to the client's house. And all 3 of them were going. It was obvious how important the client was. It's a friend of the boss, Nat said coldly. Mind your own business. Stop asking questions. He did not want to talk about Chen Zhao. After all, they had had a conflict before. Of course, he had never thought of revenge. Anyway, Chen Zhao had not done anything to him after the incident. They also did not have any further conflicts. Moreover, if he really wanted revenge, he would probably lose his job. The work this time was quite important. Nat had a serious attitude. Remember, do not make that client angry, or I'll kill you, Nat cautioned. Understood. Hearing Nat's solemn warning, Brighton did not dare to be careless. He was pretty new to fashion design. Even Nat could bully him, not to mention the client that caused Nat to be so anxious. Just then, Cooper and Triss came with their assistants. Nat, are you ready? Let's go together. Sure, I'm ready too. Nat stood up and waved his hand at Brighton. Pack the tools. We're leaving. What happened to your assistant's face? Nothing. He's fine. Chapter 629. Enemy comes voluntarily. Don't throw up in the car! Kareem yelled while driving. But this couldn't stop Kane and Howard. The car was instantly filled with foul vomit. They drove to LA instead of taking a plane. Actually, they'd arrived in LA yesterday, but they stayed the night at a bar. Winnip wasn't here, so no one could stop them. Qinzhao didn't know they'd arrived either, so they could do whatever they wanted. They left the bar in the early morning and went to find Qinzhao, reeking of alcohol. They were almost at Qinzhao's house. Kareem was at his own limit too. He slammed on the brakes and the car stopped before Qinzhao's house. He rushed out and started throwing up wildly in the corner of the yard. After getting rid of all that, he felt much better. But just as he planned on going to say hi to Qinzhao and Fei Lai, he discovered a red shadow where he'd thrown up. Oh no! Kareem paled instantly. Abitos had already stuck his head out and was glaring at Kareem. When he looked back, he saw Kane and Howard getting out of the car. The two swayed over. Smiling drunkenly, Kane said, "Hi, Abitos," and then he threw up too. "Chin, help!" Fei Lai was still in bed, but she heard the cries outside. She patted Qinzhao. "Chin, I think I hear Kareem's voice." "It's not just Kareem. Kane and Howard are here too. What's wrong with them? They drove under the influence, and something happened. Ignore them. Let's keep sleeping." Qinzhao pulled the covers over and continued sleeping. "We should get up. It's almost 8. The environment is so nice here." Brighton looked at the scenery along the way. He could see Mirror Lake through the woods at some places. "It is indeed nice," Nat said. "Rich people like living here." When they took a turn, they suddenly saw a bloody figure run out. "Help! Help!" Everyone in the car was terrified. They were about to get out of the car when a red shadow darted out. It bit the man's thigh and dragged him into the bushes. "Help! Help! Help!" They could still hear that tragic sound and they were all terrified. Was that Abitos? Nat, Cooper, and Triss had all seen Abitos before. He'd become bigger, but that fiery red skin was his unique trademark. "What should we do? Should we call the cops?" "Of course. That guy is going to get eaten." Just then, they heard rapping on the glass. Turning around, they saw that the person who'd been dragged into the woods had come out. But his state was even more terrible. It was like he'd just gotten taken out of the front lines. "Hey, give me some fire." "Some fire?" Shouldn't he be pleading to call the cops now? Or maybe they should be calling the ambulance. "Give fire? Are you okay?" "Yee." Before Kareem could finish, his foot was pulled again. Help!" Yeah, this was more normal. Brighton was terrified. "Mr. Nat, what just happened?" Maybe they're just joking around." Nat's smile was a bit stiff. Probably even he didn't believe his own words. "Let's hurry up," Triss urged. "Mr. Chen's house should be right up ahead." They didn't want to care about this. They couldn't care about it either. Who knew if Abitos would drag them into the woods after getting out of the car too? They didn't know if the person had died or not either. Chapter 630. I suspect he's dangerous. Chapter 630. I suspect he's dangerous. Chen Zhao finally finished the food. He was emitting a crushing aura. As he walked past the group, everyone could feel the suffocating pressure. Finally, Chen Zhao stopped before Brighton. Brighton paled at once. What do you want? It's America. It's... Suddenly, Chen Zhao grabbed Brighton's neck and flung him out. Brighton smashed into the wall, and then fell onto the floor. Everyone was astonished. They did not expect Chen Zhao to assault Brighton so suddenly. Brighton was covered with pain. He felt as if his body was falling apart. Chen Zhao whistled and Abitos rushed in from outside. Drag him out, Chen Zhao said, pointing at Brighton. Mr. Chen. Do you know Brighton? Has he offended you? Nat looked at Chen Zhao with an awkward face. Yesterday, I went to his house to treat him, but he asked me to sleep with him, or he'll force me to leave LA. He also tried to sue me for burglary. Everyone exchanged looks in bewilderment. Kareem, Howard, and Kane found it extremely unbelievable. Someone in the world dared to make such an unimaginable request to Chen Zhao. How brave was he? Was he sick of being alive? When they looked at Brighton again, there was no more pity. Brighton was truly courageous and successful in seeking death. Help! Abitos dragged Brighton out. Everyone was terrified by the clear screams of misery. Princess, come in! When the group saw Princess, they were startled once again. Nat, Cooper, and Triss had seen Princess before and even made a costume for her. But they realized that Princess was now significantly larger. Their original data were completely useless. As for the other two assistants, Jabri and Faven, they were totally astounded. Princess was even bigger than Abitos. Only Kareem, Howard, and Kane could remain calm. The three designers and two assistants took Princess's measurements in disorderly haste. Princess. Can you stand up? Indeed, Princess stood up right away. But she was almost 4 meters tall. The designers could not reach her at all, so they had to stand on chairs. Just then, Samuel expressed his indignation. He felt that he was the most important member of the family. Meow. Chen Zhao was speechless. Design a costume for my cat too. He wants it too. Chen Zhao repeated, pointing at Samuel. Fine, you're the boss. Whatever you want. They were really scared that Abitos would drag them out as well should they reject Chen Zhao's request. After some tiring work, they finally finished everything. Mr. Chen will probably come again in a few days for Princess and the cat to try their costumes. Sure, call me before you come. I might not be at home. Understood. About Brighton. I have yet to vent my anger. What, are you going to persuade me? Chen Zhao glanced at the group. Of course not. He deserves it. It was obviously impossible to dissuade Chen Zhao at the moment. Trying would only get themselves involved too. It was wiser to protect themselves. They did not want to risk themselves for that idiot. Chen Zhao made a call. West, I have someone here. I suspect he's dangerous. I don't care what you do, but force him to speak. Everyone shivered. Was Chen Zhao treating Brighton as a terrorist? It was slightly violent. Soon, West arrived and dragged Brighton into his car. Okay, you may leave now. Nat and the rest escaped immediately. They did not dare to stay here any longer. Chen Zhao's identity had also alarmed them. The only thing they could do now was to pray that Brighton could come back alive. Chen, that's brutal. I feel I was merciful enough. Look, I didn't kill anyone. The three found Chen Zhao's words reasonable. Now that they thought about it, Brighton was actually not murdered on the spot. What a lucky guy. Oh right, boss asked us to come here to take something, but she didn't tell us what. Wait a second. Chen Zhao left the three and took out Daydream. The bottle's opening had already been sealed tightly. When the three saw the wine, they asked, Isn't this the purple brew? It's not the ordinary purple brew, Chen Zhao said. It's a special one. Winnip set its price at $999,999,999. What? Nobody's going to buy it. I know. It's for exhibition, Chen Zhao said. The three were very surprised. When they got to the house, they saw two bloody guys laying on the ground. It was okay when Fei Lai was here, but after she left, his expression became frosty. Mr. Chen, did we disturb you? Should we come another day? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.